Welcome to episode number 4, I believe, of our coverage of the Move the Earth puzzle contest hosted by the Mario Maker community Discord for puzzle solving and manufacture. We have completed 5 out of the 8 entries this season so far, including the one that was multiplayer exclusive, which we managed to complete with some live assistance in a previous stream. And today we'll be doing as many of the remaining ones as we can, although realistically we've only been able to complete 1 or 2 per stream, since many of these have been either lengthy or quite elaborate, or in some cases very eager to present us with a roadblock at the very last minute that would trap us for hours on end. Remaining entries that we have to complete are by Teramis, Ape Taster, and of course this maker from Japan, who is known to us in the West as Mepaulic, and who created a rather outstanding entry for the previous contest for alternate dimensions that made a very clever use of auto-scroll and spawning distances. This time, however, it is going to be the Castle Sinking in Lava, where all green pipes are accessible. Now, I did run the Japanese text through a very crude machine translation briefly. It just says something about escaping the castle that is submerged in magma, and pretty much the same thing about the green pipes. So, let's dive in, let's take a look. Let's also remember to punch in the spreadsheet of the level codes in the chat, so people are able to catch up to this and see. I'll also punch in the level code for this one specifically, just so we have it on record. Although you can see it currently on the stream. So, let's play. Okay, SMB3, and we have a P-switch door that is, well, we also have a limited amount of time to look at this before the lava decides to creep all the way up to my feet, so let's not take too long here to look at the P door and checkpoint on the right before we enter the door. We could have considered entering the pipe as well. Looks like there's a little bit of drag, of course, and it does eventually send you down. Interesting. We saw a P-switch drop out of the yellow pipe. We'll see what that's all about. Let's also check the pipes. Notice the bone shell that comes in under the checkpoint, so checkpoint drops you onto the bone shell when you do get a chance to respawn from it. And notice also the breakable heart block. That seems to imply some kind of vertical auto-scroll that is in the top left of this room. If we should manage to make it over with a series of jumps, we'll see. It's going up and up. I assume this will let me pass through the door. And then, quite a lot going on here. This is, in some ways, much more platforming oriented than any of the other puzzles we've seen so far, at least in terms of executing some very basic jumping that we do have a time limit on. We'll hit this in just a bit. I assume that this is going to get me up to the spiny hat, potentially, so. However, it's pointing down, and I guess maybe the fact that it is spawning all these blocks over again once I scroll to the right might be relevant, although currently we can't actually make it up there. Possibly we'll need something like the Goomba shoe. Ah, no, we just need vines. So we actually just need to get under the blocks and hit a vine that leads me up to the spiny. So now we know that for next time. Alright, in that case, let's do it. Also, this time, the spiny hat did not go. And that's not great. Okay. But if we... Oh, that's because this is a different room completely, that's why. It's not the same room. You can tell because of the pipe on the left side, and so we have a different setup. This time with a POW to stand on if we want to obstruct this for any reason. Well, let's just continue. This is going to drop you back into the entrance. Let's just take the POW with us. We know how to grab a POW and cycle around with it now, so that might be potentially useful. We know that these blocks are going to give us vines all the time because they do respawn. So, oops, that was a mistake. We'll do something similar as before, only once we activate the first of the blue blocks, the blue snake blocks that we saw. We will try to go back, spawn more of these question blocks, and spawn a vine that will lead me up to the Spiny Hat. Spiny Hat would get me through that hard block that we noticed in the top corner earlier. Notice that this is the 50 coin room. That's how we can potentially think about it. Renell the Moon, welcome. Glad you enjoyed the footage of our cheese-laden co-op experience from the other day. And... oh, no, the vine's not really going to get you far enough, unfortunately. I was hoping to have a little bit more time on a snake block. Possibly if I get within camera distance. We can spawn some of those winged blocks before we activate the blue block. Or perhaps just get ahead of it slightly. But it's hard to tell, given the distances that we're dealing with here. So we shall see. Also notice a down arrow. I mean, this is pretty clearly some kind of vertical zone. I don't know if that does imply that I'm allowed to drop down. Yeah, that won't really work, unfortunately. We just won't be able to get any height. Let's drop down just to see what happens. Follow the arrow. So we can bounce, which is good, because it means that we could potentially hit a block and activate a vine, and then... okay. Whoop. And totally flub that anyway. And, oh! So we need to hit a vine that will lead us directly up there so we do not hit any of the blocks along the line. Okay, we know how to do that now. We know how to get the Spiny Hat. And yeah, hard block, breakable over here. That's what we will do with the Spiny Hat if we manage to cycle around with it. Getting playtesting is so hard with multiplayer, yeah, I can imagine. Given how difficult it is for me to arrange any playthrough with anyone at all. Interesting that that didn't give me a vine, or maybe it spawned it down because of the way things were blocked. Let's try it again. You almost had to submit without ever beating in multiplayer. That would have been a risk, for sure. Whoops. That was a reading the chat death. Happens often enough. Anyway, we know about this so far. We know that that will be a Spiny Hat gate that takes you upwards. We also know at this point that the subworld is, whoops, vertical. Also, I think the semi-solid probably marks the safe zone for where I'm allowed to jump. That's what I would read as the implication there, given that we did just fall into the pit, so... yeah, subworld is built vertically. I think we're pretty confident in that supposition. Multiplayer, you live on a wild side, yep. Very specific niche within Mario Maker, but I suppose somebody has to do it. We don't really need to use the snake block here, I think, if we just spawn the question blocks all over again. There we go, that should do it. We climb up gently on the left side, we grab the Spiny Hat, we come down, and then we can start breaking things. Next segment here will give me the POW block. Notice that there are 5 pink coins, we haven't engaged with any of them yet. They haven't become relevant just yet. Notice that with the Spiny Hat as well, we're no longer able to hit any of these blocks. Also that we're able to go through that door if we ride this with the POW. We're actually able to get into this door. And I should have noticed that. We should try that on a later attempt. But right now I know specifically where I want to take the hat, so I think we're going to do that instead. So. Oh. Well, that would have been an easy checkpoint. In theory. Let's try to do it over again, and this time we'll try to do the POW ride idea, and just to see what happens. It'll be in the next room, so we should try to go for the spiny hat again first. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it seems like the semi-solid is going to be the safety zone indicator that we should be looking at. So yeah, let's get another POW. If we just drop the POW here, we should actually be able to ride it through the other door, and even though we've spotted a checkpoint in the other direction, at this point I kind of want to see what this is. Whoops, nope, guess it doesn't. We should have just hit the POW and deliberately lost it at that point. Yeah, I thought that it gave me enough height there, but I wonder if the placement has to be fairly specific, or if we should just forego that idea for the time being. Okay. Whoops. Let's remember some of the basic platforming here. That seems rather important. But yeah, we know how to get the hat, we know how to get checkpoint 1. We know that checkpoint 2 will involve a drop down to a bone shell, and probably acquiring a bone shell ahead of time. So the state before and after the checkpoint will match. But we do now know that it is going to be checkpoint 2 in the main world, checkpoint 1 in the subworld. Or, yes, that's correct. So, we'll take the POW with us. That is actually a strict improvement on if we spawn at the checkpoint, so I wonder if the POW is just going to be superfluous here. But as you can see, ultimately we will want to go over to a P-door once that exists. So we have a POW, which ordinarily you wouldn't have. Oh, interesting. So it's actually just a spring, it's not a series of note blocks or anything, but this is in the 50 coin room. You know what? Let's try to place some objects. Oops. Interestingly enough, I can't seem to pick it up. Oh yes, because that pit is off camera at that point. Interesting that I can't pick it up. I guess that's the difference between spawning in this location and spawning here without that initial lower scroll position. We should be able to grab it. And being able to grab it gets me what? Well, first of all, it allows me to interact with the spiny potentially from the snake block. Also notice that, yeah, none of this will be too useful here. Given that I can't enter that pipe anyway, unless of course it's some kind of spring plus POW, but then that's a little tricky to set up. No, the one-way panel prevents me from going. Although I could be at the bottom tile, perhaps. I doubt it's going to be something like that, though. However, notice that spring plus POW would actually get me over to this guy, so why don't we make sure this is on camera. Also, we would need to stay safe somewhere there. But I think that's the idea, is that rather than just riding the flying blocks, we go trampoline plus POW. Notice the lack of a semi-solid backing any of this to indicate a safe zone. Yeah, so now we get out of the way before anything brushes us from the side. And then down is... oh, this is X. Okay. I'm assuming that this is the thing you want to do and the thing that you don't want to do. And I think this is actually just an indication of the semi-solid system, where it's telling you that you are allowed to go down, I suppose, if there is the semi-solid, and you're not if you're not. So yeah, But we know that. So this isn't actually new information, right? And it can get you through to the right side, perhaps? No, it can't. Aha, but it can get you down through here. Wait, let's loop around again to see how then we can get to the right side. Probably through some other interaction that will take us through that wall on the right. But okay, then in that case, let's go to the left and punch our way over to the pipe. Wait, so that spawns me under the lava? But does it not reposition my camera a bit? It does change my height, doesn't it, to respawn with the pipe in this location, because I can no longer see underneath? No, I think this is actually the same height. Let me take a look at this again. Because everything's pointing towards the P-switch over there. It's also showing me that everything with the P-switch is on the left side of that vertical green pipe. So it's actually just revealing information about how the layout is connected in a way that we haven't really been able to use for ourselves just yet. So I think we just have to go back. We have to look for that green pipe, and we just keep on riding, perhaps. Then we'd basically need a P-switch, wouldn't we? Well, let's go through this door. We haven't been through here in quite some time. Yeah, we do have the P-switch, except we don't have an opportunity to grab it. Oh, I suppose we do need to get down here quickly. Notice that if we carry a POW over there, we're able to kill that muncher. And that's probably what we need to do. We will grab a POW to get rid of that muncher, and then be able to interact with that room. So, not going to be here. It is going to be in the main world that the access to the P-switch door becomes relevant. We'll go over here, and we'll try to smack that muncher. Oh, whoops. We do need to actually make the jumps, of course. Smack that muncher and then ride the top block. And riding the top block, I think, would still require me to have a P-switch available. So we'll see. Anyway, whoops, nope, didn't want that. I do want to grab the POW if I can. We may just have to redo it. Yeah, let's just redo it. Because the objective is to carry the POW through to the room with the muncher, so none of this will be relevant to me just yet. Oh, no, wrong room. That's okay, we don't actually need to spring at this point. It was structurally kind of weird, because in order to get to the room that gave me the visual clue about the semi-solids, I would have had to understand that in the first place in order to get that far. So it's kind of giving me a visual clue to where it is or isn't safe to go after I had already had the opportunity to see it. Also, that's a bad throw. Well, let's try this out and see what happens, because we'll have to probably take the death anyway. Yeah, so here we would have to keep on riding. As you can see, the lava generally continues to slow you, so up to that point. Before that, we need to hit the muncher, and we also need the P-switch to be active. Which is a problem right now, because we don't know how to get the P-switch. Given that P-switch falls well out of position pretty much immediately. Whoops, no, wrong. Okay. But at least we know how the rooms are connected now. Because basically we need the P to be available here. Whoops, nope. no collision with the question block. That's a bit of a problem. However, we might be able to exit out this green pipe and continue. Drops you into the 50 coin room. Okay, so just sends you all the way back. Is there any difference in positioning here, though? Yeah, the problem is that we need to figure out how to not have the P-switch just drop into the lava. And it looked as though we needed the POW to hit directly, but if there's another wall that we could throw towards, then that would be a little more helpful. We can always, whoops, try to ride out there, of course. That would have gotten me over to the P-door, but that wouldn't have achieved anything. Apart from perhaps giving me access to the bone shell that has the lower checkpoint. I think that's actually what we want to go for, is we want to hit the lower checkpoint. And hit the bone shell. And then go back for the P-switch afterwards. Again, we don't need a trampoline just yet. We might need it at some point, but just at the moment, all that gave me was the informational clue that we didn't actually need, so we'll go back and proceed. Yeah, I think it is going to be a matter of falling down to the bone shell checkpoint, since we obviously can't get the yet at this point. We'll stay here. We'll ride it out over to the other side, and then notice though that the lava keeps on going up and up and up, and that getting over to the bone shell is not really possible because it just covers the entire screen and we never see it go down, so it looks like we do need the P-switch at that point, but I don't quite know how that's going to work unless, of course, we take the... Yeah, as you can see, if you're off camera, you can't pick up the object, which is an interesting interaction that I don't think I had really thought about. Because perhaps if you take trampoline rather than POW, you're able to rescue the P-switch, and then you just loop back to that room. However, you would still have the problem of having to get rid of the muncher, which does require you to bring in the POW. So we do have a bit of a logical conundrum when it comes to doing that. Because, yeah, is there perhaps a way to get the next P-switch? Doesn't look like it. The down arrows, however, are interesting. Are just telling me where the P-switch is dropping. Because maybe the P-switch is disguised in the lava in a way that actually makes a P-jump possible because of a platform to stand on that is in fact valid. We know the level might be up to such trickery because of the way the down arrow plus semi-solid worked in the room just before this one, so perhaps it is telling me that it is possible to just jump into the lava to activate the P-switch, depending on its location. So, for example, I mean, no, because it's a rising level, so I guess if you wanted to do it, you would need to do it much faster. Like, just P-jump out of that immediately. That seems a little execution dependent. In a way that seems a bit implausible to me, but we'll get back there and see if we can discern anything. Anything useful? I mean, if the P is in a sinking state rather, I think it's not really something that you can use or capture at that point, but we'll see, because it doesn't look like I can get to the P fast enough to actually capture it, but we'll have to determine that. Whoops, let's redo this room. But let me try this out for a moment. We'll almost certainly take a death here, but yeah, the P-switch falls so quickly, I just have no way of getting up there in time. However, one thing we haven't considered is just re-entering the yellow pipe. If the P-switch yellow pipe can in fact be entered, then we would be able to spawn back through it, perhaps, and then be lined up in such a way that obtaining the P-switch becomes possible. However, at that point, if you reload into the room, you would no longer have access to how to get rid of the Muncher, which is the other prevailing problem. Because you basically, yeah, Muncher is down at this point. Maybe it is something execution dependent, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, once again, there's probably some interaction with the spring that we haven't quite noticed yet. Well, that's not working. Oh, also, yeah, what if you go down this pipe? No, we know that pipe already. We had tested it previously. Okay. I know how to get back down here. And we have to loop all the way back around. This spiny we don't actually know how to use yet, to our advantage. Well, that seems awfully specific. Notice the line that is in the main room leading towards the right side. I feel like that's something that we'll only be able to interact with if we were riding around with a bone shell underneath, perhaps. But we'll see. Anyway, we'll try to obtain the POW again. POW plus Muncher is an interaction we do know, although it doesn't help me with the P-switch. We haven't actually properly checked the yellow pipe yet either. As a potential entry point. Splish. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Nope, doesn't look like I can enter. That's important information. Totally missed that too. Let's see if we can just go through the pipe again. Yeah, you'd need to get through that much faster in order to make it to the bone shell, perhaps. But even so, I think our whole spawn position, there has to be something that we change. Notice that if you do get up to the P-Lure, though, you could scroll into... Well, no, by that point the lava catches up to you, and we did see it previously. Basically, the later you spawn in one of these sequences, the more likely it is. You know what? What if we rode the blue block back across and try to re-enter the level in this green pipe? It'll perhaps require me to get up to the Muncher as soon as possible. So the thing I'm thinking, well, we'll show it off once I loop around this segment. So, the thing I'm thinking is that we will take advantage of this green pipe here and try to respawn through it. In order to do that, we need to ride the blue block all the way across. Does the blue block... Oh no, that's not even in this room, is it? Okay, never mind that. Well, let's think about where the blue snake blocks actually go, because we haven't really assessed where they start to drop off. And that is important information, because it could potentially get me through these doors, for instance. Where if you have Spring plus POW in a room like that one, which we definitely do, right? Or in the next room anyway, that allows me to potentially go through one of the doors that was our entry point previously. Whoops, no, we should have gotten a POW here. Whoops. Because the idea is that if we do a spring plus POW bounce on top of the blue block, then we go through one of these doors that we had previously entered. Yeah, Underfowl Omega Flowy. Welcome. Yeah, because the idea is that if you have two objects like this, and you ride one of the snake blocks across with the familiar spring plus POW idea, which we'll manage to salvage out of this, then you could potentially do something interesting, like get through the door. So why don't we activate this? No, because it actually, as we should have remembered, doesn't stay. So that would be exceedingly difficult to set up, perhaps. Anyway, we know we can make it through this door, and that this door doesn't really get me where I want to go. But I'm looking at this and wondering if there is any other spring plus POW setup that we can go for. Yeah, because we know the pipe on the left isn't going to help me here, because it just gives me a visual clue that we've seen already. We don't know how to get to this little bit here on the right, which is just part of the visual clue, I think. I don't think it actually is accessible unless we can get in there from under. Which I don't clearly see a way to do. But yeah, this we just already know, so we still haven't really determined why this room would be helpful. Apart from giving you access here to a better look at the level geometry. I think it shows you that if we go through that top pipe and we manage to get back through it again, then we would be able to drop in to the question blocks immediately and probably sail over to the checkpoint. So our objective should be to spawn out of that green pipe. And so we should go back and try to do that. The problem is that that green pipe does drop you into space, and so... However, if we took the trampoline with us, then that would be the solution. Because taking the trampoline with us would allow us to drop out of that pipe and then jump back up towards it. And jumping back up towards a vertical pipe entry is in fact what we should be going for. So the idea is to get into this room here and come back out of it. Notice that even if I had to spring right away there, that wouldn't help. I would need to take it with me on top of the blue block. The idea would be then to ride it across. Now here, when you spawn in this position, the spring has already disappeared below the arrow. Inside, you would basically place it here. You should be able to get enough height there to just go through the pipe. And so that's what we should be going for. That means that right from checkpoint, I actually already should have access to that. Yeah, the reason you can't get rid of spring is that if you don't grab it here, it actually drops into a one-tile gap. That's why you do have to grab it in the open. Oh, whoops, missed, but that is the idea that we're going for. We just need to execute a little better, and I believe it should give me enough height. We just needed a straighter jump. That should, in fact, be the correct idea. It's just that we have a very limited window of opportunity to set this, make it work. Okay, now we should be able to get checkpoint. Just by riding this out. and dumping ourselves on top of the bone shell. Then we're able to potentially... Well, we need to get out of here first of all, but then if we come back here, we might be able to get over to the P-switch. So let's go through the pipe and spawn back in. Notice the pipe that is to the left over there as well, which I think we previously were not able to access. Given that the P-switch is down there, I suppose the P-switch is still alive, which is why at this point we can't do anything, but if we took the lower pipe earlier, it would have been fine. So let's actually try to respawn into this. Unfortunately, it does mean, I think, that I will have to loop all the way back around to the checkpoint location, just to keep the bone shell. But we do have the second checkpoint at this point, so we should be doing fine. But of course we lose our positioning here. I do wonder if there's a more convenient way to go back. Notice that we're able to do this. That's actually kind of important, because it allows me to go through and race this over in a fashion that is very unwise, because we'll just barely make it. I should actually check the right side there as well. Oh, whoops. Completely missed. That was just off-center. That's okay, we do have checkpoint 2. We'll be able to get the bone shell and retry something like that pretty quickly. The idea is that if we spawn in a good location, we'll actually be able to hit the P-switch. Oh, key door. That's interesting. This is something new. So it looks like we need to spawn in that location in such a way that allows me to grab the keys and then escape, and then... Yeah. So let's try to get the P-switch and the P-door. Whoops. There we go. That's actually well-timed because we didn't bump it with our heads this time. You know what? Let's just hit the P-switch and go for this manually, since we're able to. Oh, GG already? So we skipped the entire coin room then. I wonder what the coin room was for. We should go back into this, not for too long, just to see what's going on with the coin room, because I feel like I bypassed a significant part of the puzzle, unless that's just a bonus room. So I do kind of want to go back and see it, just to see what it was we were missing here. Because it seemed like we skipped something fairly big. Because there's no way that entire coin sequence with key door could just be there as an optional little bonus, could it? Seems much too suspicious. Anyway, we just need to get back to checkpoint. Also, yeah, no, we should have gotten to the spiny hat so we could bust through the door to checkpoint 1, which is actually kind of important. Let's try this again. West Crafter Guy, welcome. Yeah, West Crafter Guy, we just cleared this, but it seemed like I substantially skipped a big part of the level without really even trying, and I don't know if that's intended to be a part of the flow, where we just missed a big bonus path, or if we actually just skipped a ton of stuff. It did feel kind of abrupt in terms of how quickly we managed to get that, so that was a little bit suspicious. Also, I completely messed this up because we are supposed to come back here and hit a vine to get me up to that location for the spiny, which now we will not be able to get, but yeah. Let's try this again. That's alright. We'll just loop back to that first room. So yeah, if we don't manage to figure out what it is we missed, we'll just bypass this and try to get another puzzle then, since we did technically beat it. That didn't really feel like a solution. Simply because it was apparently such a huge shortcut that we took. Or at least it felt like it. Because, you know, we got to checkpoint 2, we got to Bone Shell, and we were just out of there right away, right? It didn't really require much effort at all to loop around a puzzle, spawn in a good location with a Bone Shell, and just get out of there. So, I don't know what happened here. But we'll have to try it. Yeah, because it seems like I skipped everything to do with the coins and the key door and the entire timed passage that looked like it was being set up. Also, I completely forgot to grab this once again. There we go. Using that around. Oops. Alright. It's a little off-center still. Oh. We'll try it again. Yeah, Spiny Hat's the most important thing right now because it gets us to checkpoint 1, which then gets us to Spring, which then gets me to the Bone Shell. And so we do know the flow of it so far. It's just that after we grabbed the Bone Shell, the level just almost ended right away, so... I wonder if the particular bounce that we got with the P-switch, in terms of having it conveniently drop in the pipe, was... drop in a block strata was not supposed to happen. That would be maybe the first thing that I suspect if... Whoops. Oh, unfortunately we nudged this in such a way that the pipe spawned down. That's okay, actually, because it means we can stand on that block to hit future blocks. That makes things a lot more convenient. Oh, whoops. Okay, still alive? Sure, why not? Just to make our lives slightly more complicated. So yeah, we will want to grab checkpoint 1 through the hard blocks in the ceiling. We'll get the trampoline. Doesn't mean that I didn't use the POW either, because initially I used the POW to kill the Muncher with that. I suppose it's just that a number of these are actually knowledge clues. And that because they are knowledge clues, we outright skipped them in multiple cases. Whoops, oh, forgot to spring. Just wrong door. That's okay, we'll loop back. We'll just loop all the way back through the level. Here it is. Here's the checkpoint area. Checkpoint area gives you spring. And then spring in this room gives you the correct pipe. I believe it's this room. This then gives you Bone Shell. We'll just let ourselves be pushed over here. And can I get there quickly enough? Might not be able to. Let's drop it in here. So the thing I was going for is this. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't see that vertical scroll previously because... Ah, I see what happened here. It's because we broke the scroll to get to checkpoint 1 that is scrolled up. If we're starting from checkpoint 1, or checkpoint 2 rather, after having taken a death, the hard block's restored and a scroll lock in that location is restored, which then allows me to go through the green pipe. But then that would be a required death to do that. If I'm not mistaken. That you go through here and you try to go to the left side immediately. You spawn over here, what does that do? Where are we? And then that gives you the P-switch, which you could potentially bump, but which we didn't manage to do. And then we never saw what this was all about, but I suppose if you spawn down here, then you can have Oh, fairly easy access too. Whoops. The key door right away. However, you'd have to jump out of the bone shell. And you'd have to lose it. Point. Yeah, the P, I think if we respawn at that point, really just conveniently drops down. So, for example, you can just jump through here. And that gets you through, but then that doesn't help you at all without the bone shell. Apart from allowing you to spawn through this door, which... oh, whoops. Yeah, none of this is actually helpful. Because we know where that goes, since we came from it previously. It's just that every time you go through the door, it would reset you to an earlier point. So, that's the thing that I find very strange about this level, is that I feel like there was some kind of testing error or something that occurred where, you know, we hit the P-switch and we're just done, right? That doesn't look like it's supposed to happen. It seems like it was supposed to be something a lot more elaborate. I mean, we clearly could have made that, and we had before. That's how we got to clear. But then, is that entire area with the key door just basically fluff? Because we can kind of go through here and see where this goes. Maybe there's a way to... gain a little bit more distance there. We'll try to figure that out, just to see what happens. I think it would obviously require me to go through one of the pipes that we know will lead back to this location. Like this one, for instance, I think should actually get me back in. Yeah, it did seem like there is a bit of an inconsistency that is introduced then. By the breaking of the scroll lock under checkpoint 1. That affects quite a bit, by the looks of it. So you're able to grab that, but then is there an additional pipe over here that we could leave? Seems like the idea is that you would need to spawn out of some kind of pipe that goes over there on the right side, and then... yeah, I don't know what that is, then. This, I think we were not really able to previously enter, were we? Okay, no, this is just the bone shell segment. Also, yeah, nothing here. This would need a spiny hat for it. That's very suspicious. So yeah, I don't know if we just broke this wide open. Oh, notice that there are additional muncher spawns when you hit these. Okay. That's interesting, because if they're muncher spawns, that means that these blocks, once you activate them, do not reactivate as winged blocks, because since they're not spawning vines, they would just be locked into position, right? Now, if they're locked into position, doesn't this potentially break the level of the P-switch is just in an unobtainable location? Well, let's see. Let's see if there's a way to get back through this pipe with the bone shell. I think there should be. But it might be a little bit tricky to set up. Maybe. I mean, we didn't really see the full extent of this guy. Whether it just drops off at the end or if it curls up. Nope, just drops. Okay. So yeah, I think we would need to drop through here with the bone shell in order to maximize our uptime on it. That is so strange, though. Because we know what the P-door does. At this point, the P-door just gives you the exit. So what's the problem? And why all that other stuff with the key door? Oops, let's respawn and try this again. Might just be that something is kind of broken, but... Oh, P-switch is alive. Okay, that's why we can't do anything there. Yeah, I feel like maybe the P-switch successfully falling with a specific spawn does in fact break stuff. Particularly the spawn from checkpoint. I think maybe it's a spawn from checkpoint that could be breaking this, because it kind of gives you the perfect alignment to work with. And so there's just too much here that we just never wound up engaging with either, which makes me very suspicious. Yeah, because you're spawning from checkpoint. This is something unique that doesn't happen anywhere else unless you're respawning through the P-door in terms of your positioning relative to the lava level. It's not hard to imagine that perhaps, since we know that lava level is going to affect a certain drag, that this giving you access to the P-switch immediately after checkpoint 2 might just be some kind of oversight. See what I mean? Because, oh, whoops, no. We need to stop bumping ourselves like that, obviously. But yeah, we beat the level, but we didn't really figure it out. So I don't really know what's up with that one. Yeah, it seemed like there's some kind of testing oversight here that has to do with a lot of the door positioning. Notice that here, too, we had also previously busted this down using the spiny hat. Because you could... Oh no, that's not what I wanted. This drops you in here, okay. Wait, let's just take the death again, and let's start from checkpoint 2, so... I'll see if I can reproduce what I did for the clear. Because all it was just waiting for the P-switch to drop. And it just dropped in exactly the right place. We hit the P-switch, we just walk calmly over, get in time. I feel like we're not supposed to do that, right? THX over here. Ah, I see. So there is a key sequence. So maybe this is just a bonus and we had solved everything. Now we need to get to the exit pipe as soon as possible. And we just drop back through here, we get the key door. Which is easy enough to do, we just need to navigate our way back over to that area of the puzzle. Okay, and then in that case, I think we've seen it all. There's nothing else to look at here. Whoops. Okay, now we're kind of committed to this. Yeah, I feel like the Munchers definitely introduced some issues as well. In that the Muncher spawns will just freeze the blocks, and I wonder if that would also break stuff. Because you could just go through this, and we already know where the key door leads, right? It's, oh, okay, 2 keys. That's interesting. Second key. Ah, bonus room. Okay, so it is a bonus room. And we have now seen it. Interestingly enough, you need to hit the POW to get out of here. So this is actually just a bonus path if you decide to go left. That's all it is. So I guess we did get a solution. Just felt a little bit partial, that's all. And there's the THX and the GG. Okay, we'll take it. Not what I expected, but we'll take it. Huh, very strange. But we mapped it out. All green pipes were accessible, and we got it. And yeah, I need to point machine translation at this to see what it is. We're not going to bother. I would like to move on to another one. This is actually probably the shortest clear that we've had so far. Given that I cleared it twice, too. So maybe false advertising here to say that we are facing the longest contest levels ever, although we still have 2 more to go, Taramis and Ape Taster. I think we'll do Taramis next because I believe Street Rat's the only one who has played it so far. And among the other streamers who have been looking at these. So this will be a very new territory for us, particularly at this hour. Also, West Crafted Guy, did you get a chance to see my what it turns out was probably an alternate solution to your level when I played it last week? Because I was quite proud of it. Even though I checked what the other streamers did with it afterwards and realized that, okay, we might have overthought things ever so slightly. Anyway, Bafflingly Buoyant Bog. So, here with Taramis... Oh, you did manage to catch it. Good, good. Anyway, Taramis, we've played many of his levels in the past. He has been responsible for some particularly long puzzles, like the 7 one-screen puzzles in one that he packed into Tower Escape. And there was another one relatively recently with that spine he had in Underground Super Mario World that got us stuck for the longest time because we missed something extremely simple. We've had a bit of a history with some of his levels. He wasn't around for Alternate Dimensions, but he's back for this contest. We currently have a 9-minute record by Search Select, which tells me at least that there will be a checkpoint. And we'll see how we do. Just 2 clears. I believe Street Rat got the other one. But so we'll take a look. Bafflingly Buoyant Bog. Okay, so poison goes down in the main world. And it does come back up. And it's just over a span of a few tiles. Let's actually count the tiles if we can. It's about 3 or maybe 4. I can't actually quite see. Oh, this was a bad idea. No, that's fine. We'll live. Okay, so you've got a couple of stump stacks. And you have a seesaw up above that will be relevant. Looks like if we add some weight there, we just drop the trampoline down to a low level where we are able to get it, perhaps. Whoops, that's a bad idea. Just stand there, presuming that it would work like it did before. Anyway, let's grab more 1-ups for Endless. So here we are now in the subworld. So subworld's going to work just about the same. At least it is meant to look like it does. With how many tiles are we looking at? 2, 3. Yeah, it is 4 tiles of movement, I think. Or no, I think that's 3. 3 tiles of movement. Anyway, on-off switch blocks the pipe, and it raises everything. Okay, then it gives you access to the left side. So on-off state will be relevant here when it comes to whether or not things bounce. Which makes me wonder if the on-off is obstructing access to something that bounces everything back up, be it springs or note blocks or whatever else. It might actually just be maybe even seesaws, because like the issue is that if the stumps fell on top of an on-off switch and we just toggle this repeatedly while it's at the low level, it might have been able to kill some objects. The fact that it doesn't kill some objects gives me a bit of a clue as to how everything's working down below. Anyway, looks like it is going to be kept in suspension here. You think it's a twister? Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for it to be. In order to create the spacing, it can't really be a direct collision, because if it were, you would have a potential overlap between the stumps and an on-off that would kill them. So, I suspect it's definitely not that. Especially if it's something like a twister that... Yeah, because we had seen one puzzle already in the set. I don't know if you saw Risk of Peace 3D World puzzle, where twisters had their range constrained by the fluid level, which I think is something that, you know, maybe people who work with twisters know well, but which I had hardly ever seen. Could very well be relevant here, especially if twisters are being side-loaded by conveyors or something, so... Anyway, this allows me to drop this guy, which then allows me to toggle the on-off switch, bring the trampoline back over here in the on state, and then jump up to the green pipe. And yeah, James D, that's very true that there is the level viewer tool, which I honestly never really use, although it is interesting to inspect sometimes what people are doing, in case they have particularly brilliant setups that you can't quite pick apart in a standard view. I just don't tend to make the time to play with it too much, but anyway, we have a couple of things going on here. Let's assume that the on state once again is going to affect something relevant. No on-off switches here that I can see, though. It would have to be something activated from a different room, possibly even a room before, if you look at the fact that we are able to go back. You'll notice that if you take something like a POW here, it would drop the muncher that is under the stump and give you access to the on-off switch, which then gives you the opportunity to come back here and then be in this room in the off state. And we do have a POW here, you'll notice, and that taking the POW over to the other side is probably going to be the way we do it. The question, of course, is how we manage to do it. Particularly because we don't have the opportunity to go down just yet. Let's see what this pipe is. It is a checkpoint. Spring on the left side looks like it is reachable with Yoshi. But it might also just be a fairly standard progress saver with seen enough Teramis levels to expect a bit of that going on. Now, if you look at this, first of all, it looks like we can just smack the POW, and there is going to be the overlap with the bridge, but I wonder how the overlap here is going to work. We'll just try it. Yeah, as expected. So the question then is whether Yoshi would then be able to grab the POW. It doesn't look like it. But anyway, we do have access to Yoshi. Yoshi might be able to get that spring in the checkpoint room. Oh, except we should have watched out for mine over here. Let's try this again. And yeah, James T, thanks for letting me know. I was thinking of... I think that probably is the level viewer that I am aware of. Wizulus. I am aware of it. I've known about it since the level viewers kind of became a thing near the end of last year. But yeah, if you climb through here, then you get to push Yoshi and he dies. Okay, that was a bad idea. It was actually... Yeah, you can't really... Oh, okay, no, you have some blocks here, so I could have jumped on top of him just fine. Regardless, you can take Yoshi to the left or right. Yoshi would then be able to get in position to perhaps swallow a shell as well. But right now, obtaining the POW and taking it into the other room is the key. And the fourth corner, you have not been on Twitch in 3 to 4 months, but you're back now. Welcome back. So yeah, we can slam the POW, but then we would want to grab Yoshi and come back here with Yoshi probably, because we still need access to the POW, and the only way we'll get that is to, in that position, I can't myself sneak below. We might need to take Yoshi to a different room entirely, but you would have to raise the seesaw, that's what it is. To raise the seesaw, you would need to send Yoshi down there, and send Yoshi down there by taking damage. Yoshi damage would have Yoshi run down the right side, underneath right bumper. If Yoshi does that, so if Yoshi takes damage and runs down towards the right side, the note block is potentially an issue, because it would spring him back up. But if he's able to bypass note block and get over to the seesaw, he would use the seesaw to raise the POW, I would think. Raising this POW then allows me to go back to the room before that. Let's try to reset this one. Yeah, notice that, as I said before, trampoline is still a reasonable option as well. As is the bone shell, potentially getting you through to some interesting places. Not really able to take Yoshi damage here just yet, but we would need to drop into this location at this point, I think, and then ride this out. Oh, nope, that's a problem. That's okay, we'll come down here. No, Yoshi can't reach that even remotely. So the question here is then, what can Yoshi take? Can Yoshi take POW? Not really. Can Yoshi take damage from a Muncher? Yes, but then that would mostly... Well, if he's taking damage from a Muncher, he runs to the bottom left here, and yeah, and he would be able to drop into that slot under the bumper. Whoops, no, except he would die. Hang on. Let's try this again. We'll leave Yoshi alive. The timing is going to matter here, but if Yoshi is alive and he's able to raise the POW above the seesaw, then we're set. The fourth corner you have to go? Yeah, no problem. Thanks for dropping by and saying hello regardless. Whoops. That's a timeout, but that's okay, we've got checkpoints, so we're doing pretty well. Yeah, it looks very clearly like it's just going to be Yoshi damage coming down under this bumper in this one slot. But we would need that in a cycle when we reset into this room with Yoshi, restore the Muncher and the POW. Take damage on the Muncher. Yoshi goes down, Yoshi runs on a seesaw, Yoshi raises the POW, we grab the POW, we get out. Assuming we can get the POW out of there, which is a bit of an open question right now. Oh, come on, get out. Timing needs to be a little bit better here. I was trying to get out of the shell form, and that didn't happen quickly enough. So, let's just watch this over here. Grab Yoshi, and then we will take him into the green pipe. To reset this room and then have access to the Muncher. Having access to the Muncher lets me take damage with Yoshi as long as the poison below is clear. Poison below does need to be clear for this. That totally didn't accomplish what I wanted it to. I just sent him over to the box on the right side. However, yeah, no, that's a bit of a problem. I was hoping that we could get him to raise the POW. If we had already destroyed the POW, though, then what would happen to Yoshi? He would just lower the seesaw, and then he would just die in the poison, right? Because, yeah, we need to block off Yoshi from springing up to the top level. POW is loaded on the seesaw. We just need to raise it. Possibly we needed to drop another object over to the right side first. Now, if Yoshi's spawning in this room out of an egg, perhaps we're able to grab 2 Yoshis using Yoshi holding an egg. It doesn't look like we have the speed to do it, though. We don't really have that opportunity. Let's try to respawn into this room once more. So yeah, we kind of understand a couple of things we can do in this sequence. We know how to send Yoshi down there to the seesaw. We know that that gets him over to the box on the right, but it does not raise the POW. We know at that point that we still have access to the POW, but then there's no reason to spend it because we would have been able to get Yoshi to the right side here either way. So possibly we needed to obstruct Yoshi with some kind of object. But we can't because the POW is the only thing. However, if we manage to get the trampoline from the that we had just seen, that might have some potential. We also know this is a safe spot at this point. We also know that if we take the bone shell, Yoshi might be able to self-damage using the bone shell, perhaps. Oh, whoops. No, shouldn't have hit that. Yeah, because the poison is able to push the bone shell up far enough for Yoshi to grab it on the other side. Then maybe Yoshi just spits it. But then the bone shell wouldn't be able to exert enough weight to raise the POW anyway, so let's rethink this. Aramis, welcome. Speak of the Teramis. So this is what we have so far. If you have just come in, we have access to the Yoshi. And we know that spawning again with Yoshi through the green pipe allows me to take damage on a Muncher and send Yoshi over to the right side without having disabled the Muncher first. We know that the objective here should be to get the POW over to the previous room so we can take out the Muncher gate in a correct on-off state. The correct on-off state, once we have flipped it, will also give me access to this checkpoint as well as the trampoline. After that, so this is what we have. I think I need to get rid of the Muncher anyway, however, so which makes this move kind of pointless. Unless we do something to raise the seesaw to make Yoshi run out on the other side. Like, if you can do a ground stomp on a seesaw using the bone shell, then you kind of get infinite weight on it, right? And if you do that, then perhaps the seesaw comes up in such a way that it can bounce Yoshi up towards the lower level. When it goes down to the POW level, yeah, I know that. Which means that, you know, if I get squeezed in there somehow, I could potentially climb back out. But otherwise, I don't see how that's useful, though. We know slamming the POW gets you to the Muncher. We know that taking the shell through the right side allows... Ah, yes. Okay, no, this is how we do it. We can't jump through here with the bone shell. But we can, because of its invisible block here, but we can get through here. What's the point to doing it that way, though, when Yoshi... Whoops. First of all, can't even reach. Secondly, that we could have just pushed Yoshi there manually in the first place. Alright. Well, let's wait for the bone shell. Once again, also note that... Well, let me try to show this off. Okay, I can't because I can't get back up. Yeah, also note everything here might have been relevant. but we'll see how. This problem currently is that, okay, but if Yoshi goes down, then we can take the damage from something to send it back to the right side. But if that's the case, then the Muncher is already dead, and so there wouldn't really have been a point in doing it that way either, so... Let's think about this. Yeah, Yoshi is launched up there. We don't really have a good spawning position that would allow me to grab a second Yoshi egg. And yeah, I do see the vine going down to the panel level, but I don't see how to use that. Because if you look at this, there's no way that I can actually access that location myself, given that you've got one-way panels that are obstructing. The only thing that can happen, perhaps, is if I get pushed by something into the bumper. Or if we have some other way of using the bone form, perhaps, to get pushed in. Yeah, there are one-ways. The only way is if something pushed me through here. I think the bumper is strongly implying that Yoshi is the one who's supposed to run down there, though. However, we didn't need to make Yoshi run. We could have just used Yoshi with a push, couldn't we? Instead of taking damage with him. And if we did it with a push, then what would have happened? Let's have an opportunity to drop Yoshi in first, and we'll see. We don't really have enough time with Yoshi to do it that way. To just lower him there. And regardless, I don't see the point in doing that. In the lowering seesaw weight only on the left side. Ideally, I want Yoshi to be between the two one-way panels without getting bounced up. Because then he'd be able to potentially impress some weight. Also notice that Yoshi expresses different weight if he's holding something in his mouth, right? So shouldn't the idea be that I actually use Yoshi to capture the bone shell and then take damage with a Muncher? In fact, that's what I'll try next, because that is a subtle difference that might actually give me enough weight on the seesaw. So let's get up here, let's get ready to claim Yoshi and take him through the green pipe. And yeah, no, there's semi-solids here, one way is on the right side. I don't think I can actually access the POW by hand myself without raising it with the seesaw first. I think it is going to be necessary to raise it with the seesaw, so... Anyway, we can grab the bone shell at this point, and next time the poison goes all the way down, we'll take damage with Yoshi under the Muncher, and hopefully the added seesaw weight from the bone shell will in fact make a difference. It will not. I wonder though, it looked like a POW was kind of momentarily bumped. I wonder if I could have stood there and still grabbed it, but... It looks like we will just lose the bone shell here straight up. Interesting. Although we should be thinking about how to get a bone shell over to the right side, and because we actually hadn't found a solution to that yet, had we? Because you can't jump through here with it. But it needs to be high enough that Yoshi's able to capture it. So if the Muncher is already down, am I able to use Yoshi to take the bone shell over to the right side the way I've done here? I would need to take a look at whether there's a source of damage that he can still touch at that point. Yeah, I couldn't grab the shell from this position with Yoshi. It's a little bit too low. Oops, close call over here. Just looking at this and thinking, We should also potentially be thinking outside the constraints of just this room by itself. I mean, currently I don't see a way to activate an on-off switch at all in this room. But I don't think that's the point. I think it's going to be operated elsewhere. The main thing was to get the POW. Because getting the POW allows me to flip the on-off switch in a previous room prior to entering this room, which I think is the idea. Because then you would spawn here in the blue state, and it would also mean that the shell in the bottom left becomes inaccessible. So, to the extent that we're using the bone shell, we do have to use it now and soon. It's something I could potentially hit the POW remotely, but we don't want to use that here. I suppose if we did give the POW a momentary bump. I'm thinking if there's some kind of way to obstruct Yoshi from going so far as running into the note block in the bottom right. Anyway, let's just try to reset into this and see if any further insights present themselves, rather. Let's go back up top. Indeed. So we know how to get in here. I don't know what this slot is useful for yet, because we know that both of these locations can be obstructed. It may even be that this allows you to just kill objects, where you place an object here that you want to destroy and respawn, or just outright destroy, and then you're able to do it by placing it here and hitting the blocks. Or activating the invisible block that is currently overlapping the muncher allows you to climb through here and back out. That might potentially be interesting. I think there's some kind of... Yeah, maybe the seesaw isn't something that would take advantage of for weight. Maybe we shouldn't be thinking about it as a weight plate. Because supposing we hit the POW, then if Yoshi... I mean, if you hit the POW, you get rid of the muncher, and then Yoshi doesn't really have a way of taking self-damage, given that you can't deflect the bone shell without it breaking. So we know how to send Yoshi over to the right side, and we know how to send Yoshi plus bone shell to the right side, but not how to get there and follow it up. I think a lot comes down to being able to flush out that POW. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, so Yoshi is totally entitled to snacking on the shell, but we do only get one in this room. Now, if there's no POW remaining down there, what is the point of doing something like the seesaw interaction? Maybe we should just map it out to see how it goes. But the POW was already kind of weighing it down one side anyway, so... Whoops. Yeah, no, he just dies to poison when it comes up. He doesn't run, he doesn't go anywhere. I mean, you can make him run, but... Look at a mountain of... direct-to-video sequels to, I don't know, the Landport time. I don't know why I thought of that all of a sudden, probably in conjunction with dinosaurs that do or do not talk and sing. But yeah, I'm looking at the bumpers here. The note block under the second bumper sends Yoshi up. Again, I don't know if that's something that we can obstruct somehow. So we can keep Yoshi on a right side seesaw until such time as the POW on the left can be raised. Let's take a look at the previous room just so we know we're not supposed to carry even more through with us. It's a little suspicious, actually, that potentially we're able to grab that. And indeed, we know that at checkpoint, we are expected to have this spring available. In fact, we can send it up here with an up throw. The problem is getting up here ourselves afterwards. However, in the off state, everything's going to bounce, and then you can send things up. Notice that we're able to get the bone shell back to that previous room somehow. Like by having an additional tile to stand on. Then you'd be able to stomp into stumps, which then could be a way that we affect seesaw weight, but let me think about this. So you can slam to POW. You slam to POW, it kills the Muncher, releases Yoshi. Yoshi can respawn into the room, take damage from the Muncher, move to the right side while leaving the Muncher alive. What reason would we have? Leaving the Muncher block alive. I have to think about it quite carefully, but yeah, it looks like seesaw weight on the right side of the seesaw is the way to go. We just haven't figured out how to set it up yet. Well, let's take a look. Whoops. Yeah, that's okay. We'll just have to reload it. Notice, by the way, the background decorations in the previous room. I don't know if they mean anything necessarily. Notice that there's the skull, or rather the skeleton on the right side, and the trees and the shrooms on the left. Might just be decoration for the sake of decoration, but you never know. Sometimes things can become surprisingly relevant. Anyway, we know how to get Yoshi. We then do what? Oops, careful. Anyway, let's see what else we can do. The bottom right door is pretty curious as well. I wonder what leads to it or is attached to it. But yeah, note block that Yoshi runs on the way to the right side of the level. I don't think it does anything, it's just a note block. I only just noticed that the thing we're standing on top of right now is probably meant to resemble a vehicle. I don't know if it does, but it kind of looks like a truck or something, doesn't it? Where got the wheels down there. Big pink tires. So you reset this room as Yoshi. And if you do that, you respawn to Muncher, you respawn to POW block. What do we untangle that particular arrangement? Well, this is sort of interesting that the one-way panels are blocked off by changing the on-off state. That's awfully specific. Kind of wonder what the basis of that was. Bafflingly buoyant bog. Well, yeah, it's possible to... Just thinking about how we could do some kind of self-damage with it. I mean, probably bone shell, but you can't deflect the bone shell against yourself. Yeah, sort of I'm just trying to play through this a little bit sluggishly. We're at the point of the level where I kind of have to think about a solution in my head and map it out first. Now, this is interesting. Yoshi is somebody I can manually push into the note block, but it would just give you the same kind of article results as before, right? Unless it doesn't. Nope, he just stays there until he dies. Okay. Maybe not the greatest ending for our poor companion. I wonder what is even going on with these conveyor belts. Okay. Well, then what haven't we interacted with? We've sent Yoshi down there. It kind of looked like there was like a minor bump or some other reaction from one of the videos on this here that are more adversarial. But yeah, I'm just looking at the vehicle shape structure on the right and thinking, is there any way to deal with the note block that's under the wheel on the right side? So we know we can interact with this using POW. We know about the slot here under the wheel. That is how we sneak Yoshi down there. What do we not know? What does this say, official thread again? Oh, well, that was just a reset point, obviously. We're going to run into time issues with this, potentially. Yeah, hit the POW. And... well, let me think about this. Is there a way to get Yoshi to run and just abruptly stop? You need to basically block off the mobile line, except there's no way to do that. Too much of an issue. Anyway, 60 seconds. So we know about slamming this POW block here to access. So you can push Yoshi over to the right side, but the thing is, can we avoid that somehow? Can we just keep Yoshi alive and get him out of here somehow? Only by bouncing him on top of the shell, perhaps. So, okay, here's an idea. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Not what we were going for at all. So what happened if I drop Yoshi on top of the bone shell? No, that overlaps directly. Okay. We respawn into this room with Yoshi in tow, as we've done before. Anyway. Okay, so we know Yoshi can run around this side. What if we blocked him off somehow? Well, anyway, let's wait for this. Yeah, so there's going to be one that's going to be a refresher and refurbishment. Whoops. Let's do it that way. Let's come back. I kind of like what it does to the seesaw weight, but I wonder if there's a better way to do it that will get more reliable results for us. Notice that in the initial descent, seemed like the power articles were very controversial, but on the wane. Yeah. Well, let's think about it. Fundamentally, I think... Okay, how about this? We raise the right side seesaw. If we raise it far enough that we're able to reach it with the bone shell, then we slam the bone shell down on the right side. And then we'll be able to raise the POW perhaps. Yeah, in this column it might not hold a steady location, but we'll see. Tricky. We know how to make Yoshi run, we don't know how to make Yoshi stop. So he's just bouncing off the walls without a care in the world. So anyway. Whoops. We'll wait for new developments. Nope, same idea as before. Okay, so we know how this whole rotation is going to go. We know... Well, there's the Muncher there, but... Okay, here's something interesting. That if you came back here with the on-off switch toggle, then the Muncher will in fact be blocked by the blue blocks. That, at this point, hardly anybody had paid much attention to, but... You put blue blocks over there, and then basically the Muncher doesn't spawn in. That was on your side. Just looking at the bumpers again to see if we can discern anything. Anyway, we'll wait for one cycle. Oops, took too long. Okay. Again. So yeah, we haven't really made any headway since trying to do some of the seesaw running with Yoshi. I want to take a look at a previous room to see if we can improve our position here in any way. That would, for instance, give me access to something like a spring. And I don't really think so, given the flow of the puzzle the first time around. Well, let me see. If you're riding a donut blocks, I guess you could do business on the way down. I also noticed this line over here. I wonder what this is all about. Just a line over the score line. Well, anyway. Well, bit of a strange situation, but she'll see. Okay. Anyway. Oh, whoops, I accidentally killed him. Not great. Now he turned us back on. There's no way it's instantaneous, right? Like it wouldn't have to go through. Oh no, it is pretty quick. Interesting. I can respawn into this room and that doesn't accomplish anything. Well, we'll wait and see. Of course, most of the characters have already been removed from the board here, so this won't do much. Well, everybody is apparently out for Christmas. Oops. Anyway, back to checkpoint. Yeah, there's still some kind of step here, some kind of interaction that we haven't spotted yet. Because I currently don't see what the next step will be. We might want to cycle even back further. I'm going to get our rooms in case Yoshi's relevant to something early on that I didn't spot. But we'll hold on for a moment. Whoops. Nope, nope. Not what I wanted. Try it again. Yeah, some kind of movement that we haven't seen yet. Should have probably dropped Yoshi on my side first before messing around with too much of this stuff. Let's try it again. Oops. Well then. Donut block might be relevant? No, too fast. Oops. Okay, so if Yoshi's in that position, realistically, how can we actually flush him out? We have to look at this. Because you know how to get back to the previous room. And hit the on-off switch and cover the subject with a totally different slant, but I don't know if that's going to be the case for the rather offbeat Zelda duology on that platform. Back in the Game Boy era. That's not relevant to what we're doing now. We're just kind of staring at this and trying to figure out what principle you had started with to begin with. What does the conveyor do? I haven't found a user for the conveyor yet. I mean, you know, on-off switch would turn it around in the other direction. Now, one thing that we haven't considered is up throw with the bone shell. I'm wondering if we can actually make it work somehow in a central column. It would be a little tricky. One thing that we haven't really seen repeated in this room is the rising and falling mechanic that we saw in the previous ones. And maybe. Just looking at the flag, it's not going to be some kind of easy access to the flag until we've drawn up some appropriate tools. I want to go back and just try to look at some words perhaps, but we've been on this room for quite some time. It's been a story of this content so far is that, you know, for the most part we're fine with the puzzles, and then with a number of them we just hit some room that was all of a sudden a massive roadblock. Yeah, we know to drop the muncher. Grab this. Now, let's say we place something here. Except, of course, this isn't how this writing works in the first place. So if you can hit this, then what? No real achievement yet. Oops. Execution mistakes will be abundant here, I'm sure. Well, we're able to access two separate pipes. We also have the door in the top right, which might be interesting. What could it possibly be? We've been here on this room for so long. It's not even the longest room we've seen in this puzzle contest, because that's a record that will probably stand for some time. Well, if I do get put it here out of the way, let's now, let's not babble too much about it. Just trying to determine what it is we can do. We've been here for so long, though. I just don't really see it unless you just wait for my poison to come in, and that doesn't quite reach. Trying to take a look at different swallow locations. That would allow Yoshi to take an additional object, but we already know how to take him through the gates with the red shells. But yeah. See those two bumpers just hanging out in the bottom right. Gotta think about it. You can trade up to the Yoshi. Yeah, it doesn't help at all that I'm playing a bit sluggishly as well. We can... At Yoshi at length, we can probably even examine a few things. Recent memory. But in order to do that, we have to follow the sequence of events that we've established so far, which I think is based on some bluffer about how the errors in publications shouldn't really ignore us day to day. You never know. We've been on this room for so long. Let's figure this out. Back in the on state, which you would need to get out of the checkpoint anyhow. So we tested all this, we just don't have any kind of follow-up to it. Probably need to play it again just to see what kind of vulnerabilities we're missing that would be critical. It's not too critical. Oops. Oh, whoops. Fall into the pit. Oh yeah, because can't touch it. And what is it with the Wired magazine and whatever it is going on in the top right? Well, we'll determine that later. I'm just still trying to figure out what we can even interact with. We can do remote activations with a PAL, we can do all kinds of things. Can't really get a good sense of him as a character yet, of course. Just as a function of too little time on a page. But yeah. Kind of far from the boom years here. Let's ride Yoshi back here. Yeah, we'll just do the same kind of interaction we mapped out previously, just to take a look at what it looks like and see if anything critical presents itself. Now, is there a way we can get up? Not really. So we know we could potentially do some kind of self-damage with the shell, maybe, depending on the bounces and the speed. See, in most circumstances, that's not going to happen. Oh, whoops, I keep getting to actually monitor that properly. So, yeah. Like, they're not really too meaningful just yet. Yeah, I can't get through the semi-solid, but what requirements are there? Can't believe I just don't see it. Been on this one for ages. Like this specific room. Something I'm missing. Yeah, I feel like it must be sea salt weight. I just don't see it being anything else. But the thing is, if you get within reach of this fellow here, then a lot of upgrades and other ideas just flow naturally from that. And then what is this? I mean, it looks like we are supposed to raise the alarm, but I don't really have a sense of what the pros is. We'll just gotta bash your heads against it for a while. We can definitely float up with a shell. Which then gives me what? Nothing much. Still doesn't obtain much here, though. I think the policy at the moment is just to get rid of them as we see them. Yeah, if you're meaning to complete a collection, that might be useful somehow. Anyway, I know I've been staring off into space a lot with this level, which was also the trap that we ran into with the one by Search Select, I think, that had us trapped in the final room for hours and hours. Came down to something really simple that we just didn't check properly, as it would. I don't see it. Well, not much I can do with this up here. Because how could we get pushed any further? I just don't see anything here. It's going to work because, you know, the angle of human interest just needs to be sustained. We don't have it. It's kind of all over the place. Oops. Anyway. Archer's there, Leon's here. Seems like a decently acceptable compromise. Looks like the eShop in the other region did have that one exclusive of sorts. We need a bit of a change of pace here and look at this calendar. If there is one. I mean, there is one. We just need to find the right page. And I believe we might actually need that to get out of here. I can't believe I'm still here. What interaction have we missed? We know how to ride Poison. We know how to send Yoshi and Poison over to the right. But not without compromising our Muncher here. I still don't see it. Not seeing it. Gotta be something. Some kind of hook we haven't considered. Maybe it's even included, it's embedded in something like the identification of famous voices and faces. Or do they become someone else? I guess just as a result of some changing social dynamics. See it. I'd just be too tired to actually do this properly. In the case for several of the puzzles. But access to Yoshi, what can he do? He can spit. We need to get on him for the spit. I was hoping we'd have enough of a push on the bone shell here to get it over to the other side. Know how to activate this Media Empire once. And only once. For business at the White House. Let's see. Why we're thinking about that stuff. Yeah. Kind of babble when we're tired. Anyway, we've been here so long. How gets you Muncher? Yoshi goes through the pipe. Yoshi... What are we missing? What are we missing? Come back here with a Muncher. It's available as a damaged location, but what if we don't use it as a damaged location? Does that actually get me anything? Whoops. Anyway. So you can hit the POW, but then what else can you do? You know, okay, wait. Oh no, that's just bridge. I was trying to look for any kind of stray tiles where the seesaw might have extended. But no, we really do need to just get something to obstruct and get Yoshi in the right area of the... Hey, well, here's an idea. Almost had to break it a shrink ray. So you can't jump through, which rules out trying to take NSMB2 across. Since it's quite dependent on all that. Let's take a look here. What am I even missing? I know I heard the answer to that earlier today, but still. Oops. We managed to get to 3. of the story segment so far. 2 more, I guess. Maybe so. Because if it's just a matter of let's see. Oh, whoops, extra typo coming in. The party is 17. I don't know if you caught me at a good time at all. With the Scrabble crew. Dustin Dude, welcome. We've been stuck in this room for the better part of an hour, and it's not even the longest thing that we've been stuck on over the course of the puzzle contest. There was a room last week that I think it was jammed in for about 3 hours straight, which was not particularly illuminating. We have a couple of things figured out about this part so far, but anyway, the objective here is I'm trying to get the POW block out of this room so we can take it back to the previous room and open up this gate on the right side. We don't have that yet, because what we need to do is probably manipulate the weight of the seesaw that is on the bottom there. We know how to open up a couple of these gates, but haven't got much further than that, so we've been staring at this specific room for way too long. There's really been no movement on this for quite some time. The thing that we thought of earlier, like, you know, we can send him over to the other side, can we? Because, let's see, he needs to take damage from some source. And how would we do that? And get Yoshi to actually run over. And we send him down to the seesaw. I think the seesaw looks completely stable at this point. We don't really seem to be detecting any movement on it from anybody. Yoshi, of course, would eventually just sink if we put him in that location. That would just take everybody else down as well. Not going to be it. So anyway, I hope the Scrabble business with the tournament review was alright over on Extra Typo's stream, and that everybody learned as much as they usually do. Is purple Kool-Aid auto kill? Yes, it is. Unless you are riding in the bone shell. If you're riding in the bone shell, you can use that as a boat, basically. And there are a lot of objects that will survive against it. Yoshi will not survive against the purple. But other objects will maintain their position, by and large. The shell will float on top of it, and the shell will get pushed. Much like this. Now, if we can maybe get to the top of the poison level, and then find somebody to take the shell out with us. Yeah, there are a couple of logical contradictions to untangle here that I haven't been able to do. So this square here also marks a block that if you jump into it, it would be an invisible block that gates you off. So we need to avoid running into that, which is why we're climbing up. And we have to dismount in advance to do any of that. So we know how to take damage to Yoshi and send him across from left to right, but then why would we? And we can't anymore because the muncher is gone. So is there somebody we can damage from? It's not going to be from the bone shell unless I can figure out how to set it up with the bone shell. And We just don't have that. Like some way we can just manipulate this whole stack. I was hoping that we could just get the seesaw manipulated a bit, that be able to swing it upwards, the other side. That's something that would not require the muncher to be present either. Just would require the underlying platforms to kind of be angled upwards, so we can get into that pit of what looks like a bit of a pickup truck. Almost. Do a ground slam there and then raise the POW up to where it needs to be. It's one of those series, in a Kirby that is, that seems to do much better in Japan than anywhere else, and so that's just a point of trivia here, though. Not exactly sure how it'll affect our solution to this just yet. We know that we've expended the coins that are at the top of the map, and so no real interest in bringing back tons of cameos or anything. Yeah, we have this left, and then one level after that that we're at this pace likely not going to get to today. Maybe we're missing something about the switch activation here. Something else that we can do in a previous room. We've been so focused on that room, and we may have lost sight of what the possibilities are over here. Unless, of course, the possibilities are very few. Oh, whoops. Oh, bad idea. Yeah, this is just back to start, and you get squeezed back into the gate. Understandably. Whoops. I still don't see it after all this time. Like, the sequence looks approximately correct. Reluctant as I am to wait, there's nothing too controversial here. Is this something irrelevant? Finally, I would date to pencil in. So we can send Yoshi under the wheels, but then all he does is pop back out, unless we figure out a way to block that location first. Can we block it with the bone shell? Not really. This is predicated on munchers still being visible in this location. Definitely missing something. Might have to look at Yoshi's tongue range here. Yeah, because the power block's just too low, and we've not been able to find any manipulation of the seesaw positioning yet that will actually work. It's a very easy kind of confusion. Oops. Yeah, it's going to pick up where some of the previous shows have left off. No, we don't want that to just die immediately. It's not going to happen. Yeah, everything's been getting slammed. Then while wheel here, I mean, potentially able to squeeze in. Not really. Thinking about where we're potentially able to squeeze in a bone form, like if there's something that can give us a push of some sort. Okay, so... yeah, none of this is particularly illuminating so far. I just don't see it. Like, there's something conceptually here that must be pretty far out of the box. Just stumped like this. This one, like if there's... yeah, if we can get back on this thing on the left, that'll be ideal. We'd need to, again, place objects a little differently. Maybe we had a more concrete idea of which resources we actually needed. Whoops, wrong way. Let's reset it. Can I take the bone to the other room? Yes, I can. And I can come back with it. When you take it to the other room, a couple of things reset their position. All of the enemies reset their position when you come back into the door. There are a couple of other subtle differences as well. The POW does come back. We want to pick it up though, we don't want to just leave it there. Could it possibly be? Yeah, because we could just chip away at this slowly, but we haven't had any new ideas about how to approach this. It might be some kind of really weird edge case with objects floating, which I've had to contend with a few times before. How does that even go? The fact that you have the vine coming up all the way is suspicious. Where do you even take that from there? If you get rid of the POW, and it does kill the Muncher, but if there's some kind of way to get rid of the POW without doing that... I don't think there is. At least nothing elegant. It's kind of like you're managed to just climb into this up onto the stage. Let's take a look at this. I truly don't see it. We're able to take the bone shell in Yoshi's mouth, and then that doesn't do anything. Yeah, because you're able to push out Yoshi either to the left or to the right. That's still substantially human-directed and conditioned in a way that we can't quite replicate with what we're trying to do here. Must be something way outside the box. Could even be that the eyes are hiding something. What is it? You can reset in this room. I think I really do need to take a look at the previous one once again, just to see if perhaps the objective isn't what we think it is. Yeah, that blocks you off. We knew that already. But I wonder if continued treatment of this subject will lead to any significant fixes. Probably not in this version. So I have to open this up. Yeah, I don't see it at all. I mean, there's this really conspicuous spring that's here, but it's out of reach. Can't quite get to it. Yeah. Having a great deal of trouble seeing what it is. Because what are the usual options that we would have? It's... If we smash this, then we get the muncher. If we don't smash it, then we'll leave it alive for a bit longer. Interesting enough, that's what the meaning of... Sorry. Peeling of the Turner's Rabbit looks like. Can't speak anymore at this hour. Yeah, same idea. We just don't have any ideas for what else to do, because how do you weigh that down? You need to block the right side with a piece. But then to do that, muncher needs to be there to begin with. How does that even work? As you can hit the button. Dismount and change over here, but then... Why is that meaningful? Looks like you should actually be able to stop that from the other side, but I just hadn't seen it, and of course we keep running into this problem here. I feel like we should go back to that earlier strategy of just trying to smuggle an item across. We can hit that, but we also don't have a lot of context for it. Whoops. Not a lot of context at all. Anyway. In the interest of a clear exertion of control there, that way. Just need to address somehow. Okay, so let's get in there and make something happen. Electro Dude, welcome. We've been on this room for too long. It's thinking back to the room last week that we stared at with like no progress for about 3 hours. I didn't think it would have more competition, but it might actually have some competition. Because what do we establish? We know how to take the week off. Over here. And yeah, it's been one big oof after another. We know how to check that, we know how to grab this. Now what? Sure are many perplexing puzzles this time around. Oh yeah. I'm not the only one feeling it either, as you may have discerned from watching some of the other streams. That's everything on average has felt quite a bit longer. I mean, the earlier one that we played today, McPollock's level, was relatively short, but we also kind of felt like we shortcut a significant part of it. I don't think in the end that we actually did, because it seemed like we managed to go back and see everything, but... No. You wanted to come in with a good joke, but too tired to think of one. Well, I guess that can be your self-referential joke. Although perhaps fatigue is no joke. I mean, there's the note block on the other side, but we've seen Yoshi hit the note block already, and that doesn't actually get you anything. Let's take a look at the reset room again. Let's just wait for the fluid level to come down to see if that says anything else. That just says reset. You see, despite the number of elements on screen, this does feel like something that's potentially very minimalist, where we're looking for a very specific bit of motion with familiar pieces. Electric Dude, you spent way too much time on an assignment yesterday. Yeah. You might as well, I'm a little fried here as well. I don't know what we'll do here if we don't make any headway. With the one that I was stuck on last week for the longest time, the issue there was just kind of misreading what the engine would do with certain things like object stacks. I don't know if maybe that's the case here, given that we have another of the gamepad selections out already. You can kick the shell up to the left pipe and stack the Yoshi. That's very true. That is very true. That doesn't quite get me what I want, though, except for maybe riding the poison in the previous room, which actually would be progress. Did we miss that all this time? Just the up throw? Yeah, we can take it back to the previous room. But we still have a problem, which is that we still need to get the POWs somehow. Because I don't see a way around that otherwise. But anyway, I may be wrong. It could be that we made a very seriously faulty assumption here somewhere. Whoops. Get up, get up. No. Yeah, it's very true that we didn't really consider the up throw here as something that could potentially be an option. Use the Yoshi to jump up to the left. Yeah, probably just a severe case of tunnel vision today here. Oops. You'll be able to grab it and take it. Well, I'll change of pace at least. I guess the idea is that you'd be able to jump back out with a poison, and then that means that you would be able to take the spring with you back to the previous room. Did we really miss this for that long? Wow. Yeah, we don't want to slam the stumps, obviously, because it would disappear. But the idea is that we'll be able to go back up just fine. Whoops. Tunnel vision involving up throws, never heard of that before. Yeah, I was actually just mentioning that at the beginning of this level as well, then. That was our bane. That last level of yours that we spent multiple sessions on. Also, we totally messed that up. I wanted to take it through with me here, but we'll have to... Yeah, that actually should have been another up throw with a spring up here. Because the thing I've been thinking about was that if we had a trampoline, we could use it as a blocking piece, perhaps, to get Yoshi to be trapped between the one-way panels properly. So, for example... well, we'll see if we can make it work. That took way too long. Whoops. That's some weird jank. Which part? There seems to be an abundance of situations that we're getting into here. Oh, you mean the bit where we dropped into the... dropped the spring to the left, rather, or... in the previous room? Oh, whoops. I need to watch the timing there. That's happened several times. Okay. We're up here. Whoops. You have no blocks under the poison to help recover the trampoline in case you drop it. I got it stuck between a stump and a note block, yeah. Well, it's the thought that counts. I wonder if we even want to do this. This way. In a way. Go back here. Back here. That's a question, eh? What was I about to say? They said that. Anyway, no, I had some kind of quip to make, but I've been looking at this so long I can't even finish my sentence. When you've been jailed somewhere for long enough, you can't finish your sentence. We're able to raise the Muncher and Yoshi at this point with an up throw. That occurs to me. We can just bounce them up. And the Muncher falls into that slot just fine, so that actually works nicely. Muncher blocks that location at this point. I'm still able to take damage from underneath it if I want to run with Yoshi, but then running with Yoshi would then be something that I can send over to the right side. Oh yeah, we did that a little prematurely. Let's unlock everything we need first. Whoops, no. Wasn't quite what I was going for. Second faster way of getting a trampoline. Oh, probably. When have we ever done anything to fast way? Faster though, you say? Wait, I just misestimated that. Okay, let's try to get back on track. Okay. And yeah, whoops. I have to watch the level there. We've had too many attempts lost at things like that. Anyway. Well, if we can preserve checkpoint here eventually, that'll be fine. Let's grab this. Yeah, that was some tremendous tunnel vision there earlier. Well, I just have to, whoops. Okay, anyway, same idea. Except successfully. If we can. Well, anyway, you got the up throw to the left that you can do. Hang on, I'm starting to lose track a bit of where we are. That might be a potential issue. Well, no, not really. We're respawning into this one anyway. What I'd like to know about faster way, let me see if I can see it first. Maybe. No, I'm not particularly trying for it, but... we probably didn't want to slam it out. Let's reload into this. Oh, whoops. Massively overshot. Losing a lot of time to clumsiness today. Come on, get up, get up. There we go. No, whoops, no. I kept falling off of this thing. Let's try it again. But yeah, raising the entire gate probably is along the lines of the right idea. Oh, whoops. Forgetting to let it go down patiently. Okay. Now let's bring the facts up suitably. Okay. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Yeah. We've been drinking the Kool-Aid quite a bit. Very tempting to do so. Anyway, this method we now know. And we'll dunk ourselves in some of the Kool-Aid, as before. It'll give me the resources to perhaps wants to spring up as well. Oops. Let's just stand here for the time being. Okay, got that. Okay, we know how to raise the whole Muncher Gate. That seems to be likely to approach with favor. Oh. Speaking of the Kool-Aid, I mean, we also hit the block inadvertently, so things were already a disaster. Let's take a look at that faster way that's been rumored. Because we know we're able to lower this. We can't quite get the height to line up. To raise this up completely. And you want to put me on audio only and go to sleep? Yeah, Dustin Dude, you're quite welcome to do so. I don't know if we'll really have anything interesting to say, but occasionally when I get really tired / stumped, as I did earlier in this stream, there may be a bit of nonsensical babbling here and there. So the goal is to take the POW into this room, yes, because if you fire the POW into this room, you're able to destroy the Muncher in the top right corner. If you destroy the Muncher in the top right corner, the stump drops and you open up that gate, which allows you to enter the room after the pipe with the switch set to off. That's the objective we're going for. Oops. Because if you re-enter that room with the state set to off instead of on, then you get access to the second checkpoint. And potentially access to the door on the right side, although you would need to create some kind of floor underneath it to get out. Likely using combination of trampoline plus POW. Yeah, I was trying to discover a fast method in the previous room. That was clearly not it, so... Oh, let's wait for the poison once again. Just to give ourselves ample time. Just try to stand safely for once. Yeah, this is a comparatively slow method. Whoops, let's not drop off into the middle of nowhere. Oh, whoops, no, he's gonna die. No, just didn't get there fast enough. That's okay, we'll have to redo it. Again. But yeah, the up throws are becoming a serious blind spot. I guess that's what happens when almost nobody else this round has been building in the Super Mario World. Which is the only style that permits that. Whoops, let's wait. Get back up. Up, up, up. There we go. Yeah, we'll just wait this one out. It's getting ahead a little bit. Yeah, this is the location where Some of the current material will be displaced. Anyway. Alright, same idea here. We'll leave things in the on state and we'll just make sure we can carry this across without spilling over, which has been a risk on multiple occasions. Oh, can I get through? Yeah. Okay, so we're through here. Let's progress. We raised a Munchkin Yoshi gate in the middle. We can. I think the idea is actually that I want to take Yoshi with a spring in his mouth and probably come back to this room. And then that could manipulate the seesaw weight, perhaps, in the way that I'm looking for, because I would retain the bone shell as something available. We'll just wait a moment. Okay, it will not hit the block to obstruct myself. That would not be good. Let's take a look at how things went over here. So you got Yoshi in this location. Interestingly, I think it's maybe possible to take the spring up even further. Go down, grab the shell. Yeah, I mean, you can't throw it through the invisible block, obviously. You can't throw the spring through it either. It would have been nice you could ring it such that you raise this puncher by a tile and then after a little while you start to see shapes and everything. So yeah, I've got access to Yoshi now, and then I want to make him run. Whoops. I should not have lost a shell, but that's okay. We'll kind of have trouble taking damage with him now because of the fact that this has been blocked off. So maybe I should run Yoshi over for... well, no, I needed to raise him up to that level. Let's try this again. Okay, so now we're in position... Yeah, because previously raising everything gave me the benefit of grabbing Yoshi from up top. I was actually hoping that if we got around here, we would be able to create some kind of new formula platform to rather create a, what am I saying, method for blocking off the right side and keeping Yoshi locked in position. But anyway, we'll wait for the next cycle here first. We'll try to take a look at what a little bit of improvement looks like. Yeah, no, it just sends him over. It's okay, we know what to do with the bone shell to get over to that side. So he's going to run around over there, but maybe that was not the most effective thing to do. Because, yeah, you can get through the story this way. Probably should have hung on to the editing pass, in fact. Anyway, we're going to run out of time on this attempt, which is not great. But basically, if we get through to the other side, maybe we can just... well, I mean, we don't want to expend a POW. So I think we probably just need to raise the gate again, but if we do that, then we do this subject matter. Whoops. Well, that's not how we do it. Okay. But yeah, this particular season has been one real toughie after another. We're still kind of a long ways off in this one. I've been assuming all this time it's going to be Seesaw wait on the POW, but judging from its movement so far, that may not be the case. We need to sacrifice one cycle here in order to get that. Whoops. Very easy to just time that. Especially in conjunction with talking about it. Oh, whoops. Let's wait and see. Nope, keep missing. Let's try it again. Gotta be relatively careful with it. And then we'll drop this down here. That's still pretty decent to work with. Anyway, we still haven't solved that much, have we? Because now, how do we progress? Well, I've got to shell as before. Can we improve on this any? I think we had better do this one first. Yeah, same idea here with the on-off switch, the seesaw, etc. All of that messing about. Then, yeah, we can swap this for the trampoline. That was pretty much the whole show. Oh, whoops, no, that's not what I wanted. Big mistake. Big mistake. Now we just lost the thing completely. No we didn't, because it's just up here. Never hurts to be a little prepared. Anyway, yeah, we need to leave the switching system as is. Okay, we're down with it. And no. We kind of lost our previous position. Gotta pay attention here. Yeah. That was kind of a bit of an accidental pipe entry. We lost too much time on this. I actually just start over. No, because we're past checkpoint. We don't want to start over that way. Spent a lot of time earning on the way to that first way station. Yeah, drop down into the buckets. Actually, no, we'll probably just take to death and reset the timer completely on this room, since I do need to reset it anyway. Okay, same idea as before. We'll just wait for this. Okay. Oh yeah, one-way panel. What am I doing? Not paying attention, that's what. Okay. Okay, so we'll take this back with us. Probably. Kind of been losing track of everything here. Yeah, that's fine. We probably should have kept a shell. Yeah, no, we should have kept a shell, but okay, let's not get scrambled here. Playing a little more poorly than usual today, I think. Possibly a lot more poorly. No, let's wait. Nope. Didn't want to hit that. Very high potential for slip-ups like that all the time. Okay. What do we got here? Let's do the same. Oh, except the shell form just takes forever here. The bone form, rather. Trying to pop out of that a bit earlier to absolutely no avail. And we'll wait it out. Now let's see how this arrangement went. Okay, now it's not lose or abandon objects any more than we already have, which has been significant. Anyway. Whoops, no. Execution errors abound. It was not meant to be. Jump. Okay, this is not going very well, but I'm trying to make it happen. Let's wait. Made an absolute mess of it so far, but we'll see if we can redeem ourselves with the remainder of the solution. Yeah, we'll just wait for it to come down again. And what was it I even wanted with this? Just lost track already. Training for the trampoline. Well then. Oh, here we go. Burning quite a bit of time on this, but we made it. And we kind of keep this position. No, we want to raise Yoshi first. Then we need to think about our order after that. Nope, 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 nope. Look at that, trying to do the up throw there and just hit the ceiling. Well, that was disastrous. Of all the ways we could have done this. Yeah. Oh. We may as well reset the timer on this one, and then we're kind of back to square one. Yeah, that's fine. Let's wait. Happens fairly often on the stream. We stumble quite a bit when actually trying to execute the solutions that we saw a long time prior. Okay, let's get over here. Let's wait so we don't just send Yoshi to his death. And yeah, same idea here. Could have been anyone, really. Oh, whoops. Yeah, not like it's some kind of blockbuster of revealing secret identities or anything. Nope, nothing of that sort to discover. We're just going to go about our business of placing the springs and the caves in the right way. Oh, or... okay, that works too. It's a little off-center, though. So as much as I'd see about capturing it, oh. Oh. There we go. Okay, anything else we need from this room? Yeah, well, I mean, we needed a spring in the first place, so I don't know why we were messing with this. The answer to why we're messing around with this, of course, is as we can. Might be a bit more tired than usual today, but we're getting through. We're muddling through. We're usually not quite this bad about further repetitions. making all the same mistakes, but yeah, today not so much of a success. Okay, we'll wait for the poison again. Okay, this time we'll position this a little better. We'll get over there and grab Yoshi. And then we'll think about what to actually do with him this time. Well, this time I've been assuming that we need to impose a lot of weight on the right side. Notice that Yoshi is not going to be able to take damage in this round, I don't think. We'll need to probably grab the spring and take it with him into the reset. Because that's the only way I'll get him through. If I get him through to the other side, then we have access to a bone shell to activate a POW afterwards. And the benefit of doing that is that that will be the one and only way that I get a spring over to the right side. The problem with that, though, is going to be raising the POW. But I think even just firing a spring by itself from the right side, from the bottom right, should be able to do it. Depending on the placement, seesaw weight is sometimes really difficult to calculate intuitively. What am I even holding? Oh yeah, trampoline. And then, yeah, but then we hit the POW. That's not really going to work. Let's bump the muncher first. This is a step we were missing. Bump the muncher first without hitting the block. Which we can do. It's just going to be one throw. That way we open the gate. Let's not lose Yoshi here. No, I did that wrong. Because we need to take damage as Yoshi with it. Wait, then how do I get that out of the way without activating a POW? Okay, we have a logical flaw here in how we're doing this. That I'm bumping it up, but at the same time I do need to take damage with it. How do we do that? Let's redo this room. Okay. You can bump it up, and then Yoshi will just run over to the other side, but the whole point was to try to get something loaded onto the seesaw to raise the power. Yeah, teensy logical flaw. Very small. Requires tons of fixing. And the question is, do we need trampoline necessarily? Well, the point here is that I need to not destroy the POW, but I do need to move between the two spaces. Which indicates to me that maybe Yoshi should be holding bone shell. No, not really. Just thinking about the added weight here too. How do we do it? Let's see. Because if we run the whole Yoshi plus spring over to the right side, the only recourse we have here... Wait. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to fall down that early. I do want to test one little thing, though. I believe it does need to be the trampoline. That is the object that would be thrown against the bottom of the muncher. I believe so, anyway. Whoops. Yeah, you're totally free to tell me that fast method you mentioned earlier, by the way, Teramis, and don't think I'll be really looking for it further myself, at least for now. So, for the sake of expedience, wouldn't necessarily hurt. Anyway, pop this. Then grab the Yoshi. Once we have the opportunity. If I ever get Yoshi, you can get him up by jumping off of this shell. Yeah. Yeah, with the high bounce that you get from that. That's very true. Yeah, because then you can just grab it on the other side of the seesaw, that's true. Well, we found a very alternate method. We'll try it on Ani's next attempt. Yeah, I can see it here. They just grab it. If only. If only things were that convenient. Oops. Okay. Then... same kind of state we had previously. Should be correct. We probably have a lot more to go. Okay. Raise the gate, grab Yoshi. That's a step that would have been skippable had you taken Yoshi out with the fast method, I guess. Or at least would look quite different in a sequence of events. You can get Yoshi to the top of the trampoline then, yeah. But I would need access to him first. And I'm trying to avoid blowing up the Muncher with the POW because I want to save the POW. I like it where it is for now. I'm kind of thinking about what we'll do with it next. Yeah, no, we just need to grab Yoshi, take him down here, and cycle through with him again, so... Now, if at this point we keep going in this room, what do we achieve? Yeah, increasing, I feel like it is going to be a Yoshi spit. That then presses against the seesaw on the right side. We still have a bit of a problem here, which is... figuring out how to get rid of the... blocked off squares that we see ahead of you. Of other ending popular publications. Anyway, I'm pulling trampoline. What we need to do... probably just stick to the plan of sending some kind of reasonably entertaining content. Put it all on YouTube and so on. What is this even going to do? Let's take a look here. We raise a cinema. We get over to the right side. Well, no matter what, we need to keep it under that 200 margin, I guess, or if we effectively lose the game. It's got to be something with the arcade, though, and I think it is going to be something from the Switch Online service that syncs that up for you. There are a couple of relatively clear indications. Anyway, that's thinking way too far ahead. We should actually think about solving the puzzle. So, we've sent yeah, we sent someone to a lot of these situations here. Let's we got 100 seconds. We're gonna hear panic music in a moment, and I'm trying to figure out what it is we haven't considered movement-wise. Ideally, we want spring and POW to be both accessible on the right side. Because then how do you actually get to manipulate that? Not sure I see it. And unfortunately, we're burning time quite quickly here. Like, you need to run across. So supposing we hit the muncher first, and maybe I keep the trampoline out? Yeah, I think we might have to. Have Yoshi do something else there instead. Let's... First of all, give this room to move. And then... kind of a bad position for push, actually. That was unwise. Yeah, bad idea. Because we wanted to set the shell down here in the first place, that's right. We just need to reset into this room. Okay, whoops. Let's try to actually get back to where we were. Yeah, we'll wait for this once again. Is it necessary to do it on this cycle? I think it is. Or it's just a considerable luxury. Oh, whoops. Well, I don't see a good alternative for getting Yoshi out, so... we'll try it again. Anyway, let's wait for this. Whoops. Get out, get out. There we go. It would have been pushing me up if I get out of the bone form in time, but that's okay. Yeah, we'll drive this here. And then wait over here, perhaps. Okay, that gets you through much faster. Actually managed to do it for once. Oh, whoops. Never mind. That's okay. It just means we'll lose Yoshi. Didn't mean to. Drop down here with him, of course. A lot of things could have been going much better. Well, that's fine. We'll just see him in another life. From Yoshi's perspective here. Okay, first conflict here. Whoa. I just displaced myself into that, yeah. That's not expected. Okay, padding this out with way too many simple mistakes. Oh, let's... wait that out first. Okay, managed to get that. Then... just climb over to him. We'll try to avoid complicating the situation for ourselves too much this time. No promises on that front, though. Right, biblical literacy mode. Ah, I see what happened here. So accustomed to slamming down on this thing that... next thing you know... oh! How did I not execute a jump there? That was... unexpected? Huh. Okay. Such a simple thing, too. It's been the story of this level the whole way through. Okay, get up, get up, get up. We need more space. Trying to be a little impatient there. That's not going to go. Let's wait. Cutting that a little too close. Get away. We'll wait for the thing to transpire. Trying to work on our jump accuracy this time. And yeah, we should have jumped on that. That's okay. Next round. Okay, through here. Right, this is the part where we actually tried to grab that accurately for once. Well, that's an auspicious sign. So I think we actually trade this out. We'll go shell here instead. Because the whole idea is to avoid using the POW too soon. Anyway, we'll wait for this. So yeah, because that way we can still raise the gate. after Yoshi has gone to the other side. Problem though is that the spring will not be able to get across. Do we consider that a problem though? We consider it a problem Yoshi dies, obviously, because we did that too slowly. You know what? That's okay. We have the spring. We can shortcut a few things. Oh, making a slight fiasco out of this one. But that's just the way it shakes out sometimes. Just a risk of playing puzzles in public view. Whoops. No, hang on. Why was I rethinking that? Let's keep track here. Short-term memory has not been my friend today. Quite a bit worse than usual, in fact. Okay, let's try it again. Try to grab things accurately this time without completely blowing it. Okay. Where have we been? So, yeah, you have to trampoline. We did smash the bone shell though, didn't we? I think I might need to reset this one. We do still need it. Potentially. Yeah, because the thing I was hoping for... Also, can we bounce this on top? No, we can't. Didn't think so. Oh, that's reasonably interesting. Bounce it up top. Okay, let's actually wait for an opportunity. Slightly less hazardous one. Are we ready for it? I think we have to be. No, once again. Not leaving enough time for Yoshi to actually run across. Yeah, can't believe how many little things like that we've flubbed all day long. No. Okay, that was not thinking. Or was it? Okay, no, we're fine, we're fine. Doesn't take too long. We just need to remap the whole thing. Okay. Might as well have a refresher on the central mechanic of this whole thing, because it's been so long since we actually saw it. And we didn't get too far anyway, we were in room 3. This is literally just a tutorial. Yeah, everything's floating. Okay. Puzzles while tired, not recommended. Yeah, it's sort of unfortunate that we haven't been able to give this one the sharpest showcase. Also, we needed that to jump up. That's okay, we'll just bring it back down. Not quite ready yet, cut the schedule perhaps a little mixed up. And we will wait. Okay, this is fine. We'll tap to checkpoint. And yeah, we do still need it. Same idea over here. But maybe... Oh, no. Can't really play by instinct like that. That's not the way it works. Sure, fine. Really, what a spectacular mess we've been making of this. Not our proudest moment, and I thought already that the Sir Schlecht one last week was going to be our low point, but this has been beyond sloppy, and it's not the levels issue at all, really. This has been kind of player sloppiness today, and we'll just have to take that into account. Anyway, what are we doing? We need to hit the POW, grab the Yoshi, take it back. Same business. And, oh, yeah, this is one thing, is just remembering to watch the tide timing here. As things go up and down. Whoa. Let's try it again without tripping on every single corner. Okay, at this point, we will grab Yoshi and see what we can do with him. Okay, this is miraculously still okay, as long as we don't bump into blocks everywhere. Grab a trampoline and miss. Well, I mean, we don't have the POW block here yet to just manipulate the switch on the other side, so in lieu of that, let's toss this up if we can. Wait, let's... move things around just slightly, just... Whoops! That's what I get for moving things around slightly. I was hoping to just avoid any odd pushes. Yeah, the slips are usually not this bad, but this has been a little bit rough. It's okay. We'll muddle through. I'm going to recover quickly, at least. Might be easier to reset through pipe, but you missed trampoline tonguing. I actually agree with that, yeah. Because it's too much of a laborious process to get Yoshi back with the additional attempt over here, etc. Otherwise. In fact, rather obvious in hindsight that it should be the way. Okay, yeah. So wait for the donut block, and off we go. Okay. Now we do need to swap some things around, I believe. Use a spring to raise the muncher. Head over to the other side, but then... Still doesn't solve the seesaw problem, though. And, well, partly because as a matter of timing, we've had a few issues. This time we'll actually try to leave ample time for Yoshi to successfully run across. For once, okay. And then we'll raise this guy without having activated a POW yet. Oh, let's be careful here. I nearly hit the block again. Okay. And then what do we do with this shell over there? You know, I can still tap the muncher up here, can't I? And then Yoshi will be able to run across, but then he can't really get that far. Oh, no, because blocks over there. Yeah, no, I was just thinking blocks below. So, yeah, that doesn't work. Well, now we're here. Now we have a bone shell. What do we do with it? First time we've actually got into this state. Even though that was the objective all along. Anyway, that does give me a boat to work with, at least. But I was hoping to see some way to actually get the spring across. Let's see, it's within range of a number of possibilities. Anyway. Certainly hope we can proceed here. Let's think about this for a moment. I wish you could help, but you don't know Maker 2 mechanics. No, that's okay. I usually play a lot better than this, I assure you. It's just been a lot of execution mistakes, a lot of spaghetti. And the thing about the difficulty of the puzzles that I've been doing in this contest is that a lot of them have been exploiting extreme edge case mechanics that even very experienced puzzle players have not been able to get. Now, I'm one of several streamers who has been taking on this set of puzzles. And yeah, the general consensus has been that this has been one of the harder seasons for sure. That it's been a lot that we have been having trouble with. Let's see. not really able to take self-damage at this point. Or am I? Yeah, because the problem taking the bone shell over here is that it just crashes against all kinds of things. And we're still mostly concerned about trying to raise the POW. I don't really see it afterwards doing it. I also still don't really get what's going on with the conveyor belt in terms of its direction. And whether that's relevant to anything we do here. Well, now we've managed to raise the launcher out of the way. We still have the POW available. We're still able to slam the POW if we want, but we don't want to do that. We actually want to slam something like a seesaw. Which indicates to me, maybe we should have just taken this over to begin with. Problem with using anything like Yoshi to try to weigh down the seesaw on the left side is that even if they did succeed in doing it, they would die instantly. So since the most directive here is to not be putting the typical cleaning products, etc. on display, that we're kind of on our own here. Don't know if that made any sense, but anyway, 40 seconds, what do we even do? Let's see, I've got the shell here. Can't really run Yoshi. And shell spit's not going to go anywhere. It's going to go up and up. Well, 18 seconds, we don't really have time to experiment much with this. Possibly I can do some kind of push, but the problem is that the note block would just push you out right away. It's going to be a timeout, but we spent way too much time staring at this. Okay, let's try to do everything a little more crisply. Oh, whoops. Yeah. That's fine. Let's place this a little better. Okay, I'm trying to snag this. Great. Okay. So at this point, yeah, I didn't feel like we had much benefit from taking the bone shell across previously. I feel like one of the more interesting scenarios, but now if we... Where am I? Okay, top left. We go down. Yeah, we need to get the muncher out of the way. But at this point, I'm not really even sure what's going on with the seesaw weight method. Here's the thing, that using seesaw weight to push up the POW isn't something that can involve Yoshi, because Yoshi will just die to poison. It was lowered too far anyway.
I mean, that still doesn't help me fish out the POW. Because you basically need to spend the POW to do much more. But there's got to be something here. Alright, so we can push this guy up. Might even be able to push him up with a... Well... How did that start? Let's see. I'm losing track here. Let's think about this. Because if you take this across, then you got nobody left to really pick up the pieces. Well, you've got some people left. Maybe that's the way to do it, is to just kind of entrust certain gestures or segments or subplots to some other interested party, but no, that's not going to be it. We really need to get over there. The thing I really want to do is stand on the bottom right and just spit an object that is going to be survivable and recoverable, just like the trampoline. Certainly not like the POW block. It's going to mask whatever's going on here. So, what even is this? Let's... Yeah, because we can definitely run Yoshi across, but then we would have to destroy the POW in order to proceed further. Now, if we bump it up immediately, we can't take damage and we can't get Yoshi across. I wonder if there's some kind of room for... If you block the Muncher on top, perhaps, then it doesn't go all the way up. It just goes part of the way up. But then you would need to block it with a piece that is actually going to stop it, right? Chess Bunzo, welcome. Chess Bunzo, we've been on this for way too long. We've been on this specific room for way too long, but it's been kind of a mix of poor execution and also just staring at us and kind of descending into mildly incoherent babbling just from a certain degree of puzzle-solving fatigue, I suppose. And we're going to get it. We're going to get it, but it's going to be slow going while I just try to keep my short-term memory straight for all of the actions that we've been doing. It's not really even that much more complex than a lot of things we've done here in the past. It's just a lot of steps to remember that we haven't quite established with much confidence yet. So, like I was saying, ideally I want to weigh things down. Or you weigh down the left side and just... Yeah, we had tried this previously and that did not work. That did not go well. And you can bump the Muncher. Ideally, I think that the whole purpose of the bridge up there is that we want to stop the Muncher from going too high, but then we lose our way of raising it, and it doesn't work either. We would need another stopping piece. Somebody needs a change of peso, probably. I can get a sense of what it is you're suggesting. Although I think, in my current state, Scrabble would probably not go much better. Because if we can just raise the Muncher slightly... How would we do that? I'm putting some kind of intervening piece, perhaps. Where, you know, you do this. And then maybe you do bone shell on top of that? No, it'll just stop though, right? Whoops. Okay, now I'm in a terrible position. Let's do this again. That had some potential. If it can actually get a lift. But a little too off center for that. Come on. And we'll see if we can actually displace it out of the way at all. Because then that way it's not displaced so far that we have issues with Yoshi. Okay, no, that's what I thought. That will just stop. Anyway, it's been slow going. Out, out, out. There we go. Then grab this guy again. Yeah, having an inordinate amount of trouble with this, which I really did not expect. Doing that we're usually pretty on the ball. Okay. So what do? We have a couple of things to sort out. I mean, the going theory is that I need to drop some kind of object on the right side of the seesaw to unbalance the POW, but it's unclear to me what form that statement would take. And moreover, yeah, I guess it would be through a 2-tile high gap with the bumpers. I do have to wonder about it. Anyway, because we know how to raise the changelings out of the way, but not much further than that. The munters, rather. Let's still have too much Star Trek on the brain. Let's drop this. Then it's been very slow going. If we send Yoshi over first, why don't we have the bone shell and the spring remain? But then the problem is that we haven't been able to send any of those objects over. However, yeah, and even soft drop on top of bone shell doesn't quite work. I don't see how this is going to happen. Let's think about this. There's going to be some kind of bounce either way, right? Like, nope, that's dangerous. Let's not do that. Because if we don't want to go up absolutely all the way, then maybe the way is to somehow pre-activate some of those blocks. That's not going to be it. need something like a cape feather with that. Yeah, because it goes all the way up, and that's a problem. And all of a sudden you... Oops. Massive spacing problem on your hands, first of all, and... Secondly, no real opportunity to see some things that are a bit more advanced. Let's think about this. This is still such weird positioning. It's missing one crucial step here. Yeah, if I hadn't crashed against that simple up throw for about an hour, we probably would have been in much better shape overall. And for everything else in the level. I mean, you know, these things kind of come and go. How does that even work then? Let's see. So we definitely need to dump something on the right side. And it should be something that passes over the note block so it doesn't get caught up there, so... It might be possible, with a bit of a side throw here, to put something on the ledge such that Yoshi is able to recapture it on the other side. In which case, we should actually have Yoshi run on empty. Anyway. And oh, Yoshi died. Okay, haven't. All right, let's do this again. Yeah, I keep forgetting the critical importance of actually watching the poison timing. I've been quite bad about this. I guess I was trying to go for a bit more of a controlled experience. The slow reaction to Yoshi's death, yeah. Didn't even consider that he was gone. I mean, I heard the squeal and everything, it's just... It took me a moment to realize that he was actually gone at all. Alright, we need to reset through this room. Again. Yeah, not the best showcase of one of your levels today, unfortunately, Teramis. I mean, thankfully you've been here long enough that you've seen us do better. Because, honestly, this does deserve a better showing than what I've been giving it. Yeah, so same thing as before. We'll try to be more attentive to... Oh, goodness, again. Okay. Let's get Yoshi. Again. 100 seconds. Yeah, small platforms, lots of collisions. These things... Oh, they happen often. Maybe not this often. Oh, did I just step on a bunch? I just ran right over that thing. Okay. I may not be in the best state to play this, but we'll muddle through it. I guess from a player's perspective, this is probably maybe one of the worst shows I put on, but that's okay. You folks are here. We'll try to salvage it. Because it's been pretty anomalously bad. Yeah, it's a matter of momentum, right? Or sometimes when things are going badly, that is a predictor of them continuing to go badly, so... Very easy to caught up on that. Okay, up we go. Okay. That's successful, at least. We had this mapped out so fluently up to this point, too, and then... I mean, it was just 2 tutorial rooms, though, so we can't really give ourselves too much credit for that, but... Have access to this instrument of consumption and destruction. So yeah, we'll definitely try to send Yoshi across. We'll respawn shell. We might need it. And same idea as before, we'll try to have him live a little longer, make it to the other side. But then the blue block slot where the muncher is currently sitting, I feel like we'll need to reacquire items from that spot. Let's wait for the timing once again so we have as wide a window as possible on the rising and falling. It will go, yeah. And we'll still have the opportunity to bump this guy way up without hitting the block, which we very nearly instinctively did. Yeah, the issue partly is that, you know, because of the timing... I mean, it doesn't matter so much when I have the bone shell, but the timing element does... The timing element does enforce a certain degree of waiting if you want to be cautious at all. And perhaps that has been partly padding things out. But, okay, no, here's the problem is the one-way panel. I should have seen that in the first place. The one-way panel prevents me from slotting any objects there. However, if I drop the bone shell over here, maybe lava is able to... Not lava, the poison is able to push it towards something I actually need. And then... For instance... No, that's not going to go. It'll just rest. Now, that might be interesting. Although, I haven't been able to get through it. Yeah, notice that this behavior, of course, is specific to when it's not floating upwards. I'm kind of looking for the reverse, though. Something I can place on top of that. Okay, what do you think? Yeah, so I don't know where this is going to go here, because you can see pretty evidently that if Yoshi wanted to recapture the shell, he could. But then that just reverts us back to a similar state to what we had previously. Oh, whoops, no, didn't mean to hit that. Because if you grabbed it, what would that even do? Give you a bit of a ride out, I suppose, but does that actually progress the puzzle? Anyway. Let's try this once again. How are we only on a third room? There's got to be more to this too. Potentially a lot more. What's the record on this? 9-minute record. Okay, so a lot of it was post checkpoint, but how much we don't know. I mean, I'm definitely pushing the 99, 59. Even with a restart earlier. Oh, this is the last room. Okay, so it's not as much of a marathon as I'm making it look. Yeah, I guess you have both checkpoints in this, so this is effectively the puzzle for which you've been preparing me. I feel like one thing we haven't done is make use of what we have learned about the properties of the stumps in the previous room, but I don't see how that applies here necessarily. Because there's a lot to the rising and falling mechanics that we're not really consciously thinking about here, and which we might have to. It looks so deceptively simple, too. It doesn't... At a glance, it doesn't look especially like it's going to be out of the ordinary, but... we'll see. So we know how to raise the Muncher. We know how to get Yoshi to the right side. We don't know how to get Yoshi and the trampoline to the right side and still have access to them afterwards while leaving the POW intact. That's a lot of different conditions to meet. But if we could take some other form of damage while raising the central Muncher type unit on a separate basis, then maybe something is doable here. But how? We can send something across all we like, but I mean, I just need it to be reachable. I need to have the spring be in a reachable position, and it may be the case that we do need to take advantage of the fact that rising and falling raises a shell. That needs to be an important part of this that very easily overlooked. But even so... Yeah, just looking at the tubes here that are apparently running a shop. If you use a spring... I mean, ideally what I want to have happen is use the spring and then maybe stop the output somehow, but except with the hardware that was being serviced at the time in the mid-2010s 3DS and Wii U. Really affects things like the repair processes quite a bit in terms of what is or isn't eligible. Not something we're worried about at the moment. Right now, we still have this fundamental issue of just trying to hit the second flag. There is so much to this, and Like, because we can have Yoshi take damage, we can have Yoshi watch across, he'll come up. How does he weave back down? We need to test that things like the seesaw actually work at all. Yeah, because we know that traveling this location does nothing. That's not a very large sample size, mind you, but... What do we even do? Let's see. Drop this. No. Yeah, too much time just kind of staring at this without actually moving. It's been a flaw of ours lately when mapping out a lot of these solutions. I mean, you know, it's usually how we play anyway, but yeah, hit the muncher, get sent through the wheels, pop out through the other side, and then what? So I wonder if this is the right cocktail to be holding here, if any. Oh no, same thing again. The timing window is, if you're careless, like I've been all stream, that certainly comes off as a bit narrow, but we've got 100 seconds, we've got to not restart, but take the death. Yeah, I don't know why I'm having so much trouble visualizing it. I think that conceptually we're missing something. Yeah, because there's some kind of mechanical novelty here that we just haven't experimented with yet. I wonder what that is. Well, that's just my line of thought based on how many puzzles we played recently, or basically obscure engine knowledge checks in some ways. But yeah, we can bump it up again, maybe. What would be the point of doing that? Ideally, I would have created some kind of stack here that would have just worked as an uplifting tower. Trying to see this really simple, well, maybe it's not simple, operation, and yeah, this is just not going. Haven't thought so much about the bottom left either. Over here. Breadseed Poppy, what is the goal of this room? To get the POW out. The thing that we're going for is... yeah, we're actually at the beginning, so let me show you. We're actually going to be going in and out of this room several times. Over several steps. As long as I don't die to poor timing every time. But the idea... I'll try to show you. The idea is that you need to take the POW back to this room. And the reason you want to do that is so you kill the muncher, toggle the on-off switch, and then with everything off, go back to this room, which then opens up the checkpoint flag as well as the door on the right side, although you would still need to provide it with your own floor. Bring your own floor. But for the most part is the big televised puzzle du jour. And yeah, let's wait. Nope. Up, up, up. There we go. Takes so long to get out of the bone form for some reason. Feels like it takes longer down there, but more than I'm used to. So we know how to nudge Yoshi over, which is the equivalent of running Yoshi over, just without the middleman this time. But what does that even give you? You need... just to take maybe just a little more everyday fare. Sorry, I'm kind of playing extra slowly because I'm looking at this and trying to formulate what the move should be. And this notebook in the bottom right mostly just exists to put everything in position after it's had a good run, but where is it? What we need to look at here. So why can't I grab the POW? Because I can't go to the lower level. I need to raise it, probably using the seesaw that it's sitting on. In fact, I can probably show you. I have to reset the room first, and I'll show you the POW. Sometimes talking through it myself does help me focus the puzzle again, so yeah, POW block starts over here. Notice that there's no way for the player to actually get down there, apart from maybe being squeezed into the left side of this bumper here. That's pretty much the only way that I can see out of all the interactions that could potentially lead the animals down. You can also ground pound it from up top, of course, which is what far often happens. Okay, so might need to do some object lifting here. I'm not sure how we'll set it up. Because we bumped a muncher. I mean, we need to get over there first. Let's remember that all of this is moot until we've actually had a chance to engage with the material. Okay, so we got the trophy of sorts. I don't even know what's going on with the conveyor belts over there. I think the conveyor belt might... If Yoshi is in a damaged state, for instance, locks Yoshi in a position until there is some kind of toggle. But there isn't going to be a toggle in this room. Switch toggle is going to be in the previous room. And so I wonder... Let's just try to complete some kind of look here aesthetically. Which might be the case if you look at this carefully. Yeah, I don't get it. So you can totally send it up, but then who participates in the departure and farewell? I just don't see it. I mean, the width of this column strongly implies that... Whoops. Hang on, let's not do that timing. We know timing has been an issue here. You can hit the POW. Then, how do you get it to run into a more desirable position? Let's just take a look at this. And once again, it's too slow. Yeah, it's a very narrow window of opportunity. If you miss it for even just a second or two, that does have consequences. I don't know how we're having so much trouble seeing it today. I said it already earlier. I mean, we hadn't really been considering a lot of options, so like, you know, potentially doing some kind of dry bone stack. How are we doing it? We can hit the POW. Gets rid of the Mudger, drops Yoshi. Again. Well, we're going to be on 96 seconds. I should probably just take the death and start it. And, well, wait. I was about to hit that, but... Outcomes here could be better. Yeah, we're not really taking advantage of the shell flotation. I think that's something that's very important here. It is central to the theme of this contest, but we haven't really thought about it. It's something that happens. Anyway, sure, let's just push. Whoops, no. That's okay, we can just grab another. I feel like I am missing something conceptually, like something important. But yeah, I think you're correct in that assessment. Just don't see it. Can't believe we're still going. Like, we've been on this room for... I mean, it is starting to match that search select room that also had us stuck for the longest time. Spring is available. Anything else? Yeah, you can trade up towards it. Indeed, where did it even go? Yeah. Oh, right. Fast attempt. I mean, there's the bone shell. There's... I've already kind of lost track of where we are. Whoops, no. Again, have to watch the timing a little bit better. I'm not even at checkpoint 2 yet, so... And, oh, no. Probably don't need to have that much fine-pointed separation here. Let's see. Yeah. I don't see it. I don't know why, but the actual visualization has just been completely dead today. And, we'll actually have to look at it carefully, I think. See what's going on. Okay, that's fine. And, yeah, not going to read all that in a moment. Let's think about this properly. Why did I toss that up there already? That was a mistake. We needed it to stomp first. You know what? Let's do it again. Okay. Oops. Nope. You make even one mistake, you basically have to wait for the next cycle. Nope. Yeah, you see, that kind of mistake. Just have to wait so you don't get trapped down below. No, whoops. Nope. Oh, everything was stuck. That's interesting. Nope. Yeah, I know this is probably not particularly interesting to watch either, I bet. Since I'm mostly just kind of staring at this layout and figuring out, like, what step am I even on. But which is usually pretty derivable from first principles, but in this particular case, whoops, no. Okay. What even is this? I don't know. Let's not touch something we don't know here. But we do need to slam this. Do need to trade off. Oops. Let's be careful here with our timing. I wasn't watching the timing at all. We just got maybe a little bit lucky. No, hang on. How is it we're still here? Okay, right. Need to jump out of here. Things might be a little bit disorganized. Okay. First time in a while we've gotten as far as coming back for a trampoline. I don't know, where do you put it? Like, I was thinking that maybe, you know, we had something like this location, and you would at least be able to brace the muncher, but then that probably wouldn't help anyway, given that you need to take damage as the well, let me see about that.
don't get it. I think, you know, in order for this to work, you'd have to have something move it around in the first place. Like in a physical sense, but... I think we need to set things up. Yeah, the problem is that I wanted to set up, you know, maybe spring plus block, but we don't have a block that I can use. This doesn't seem so. Because if I go through here, through the gate, you just have no one maintaining the whole system, but I mean, maybe that's something that can just be kind of put off for a while, though. The main issue being that recommendations always just kind of block up the whole system's onboard shop page as well. Anyway, I don't even know what the door on the right is all about. Wait. Absolutely missing something. Yeah, we know that we can kind of head in and out elsewhere, but there we go. We've been here before, we've taken the spring. Does that do anything for me? Doesn't seem so. Why don't I just push the stump? No, doesn't work because it's not a side spring. Oh God, it's actually vertical. As it would be. If we were paying the slightest bit of attention. What's down to pipe in the spring room? That is where we came from originally. If you're talking about the pipe that's in the bottom left, that's actually just one of the first tutorial rooms that brought us here in the first place. The thing is, I still haven't thought about how to apply this central idea of what is being set up with the stumps here. Where in the on state, they just stay down, and in the off state, they come up and bob up and down, but still fundamentally give you a safe spot to stand. But it doesn't really analogize to any of the interactions in this room, simply because we don't have access to an on-off switch. We have to hit the one in the previous room. And so, the various puzzles that we've been set this time around have been a particularly technical thing. In the sense of, you know, just a kind of obscure engine knowledge requirement. I don't know if that's the case for this one. We might just be missing something far more obvious in the move order, but... Can I take the dry bones back to the spring room? Yes, I can. But... it would mean dropping one of either Yoshi or the spring. You can take it back here. You can potentially even stomp out the stumps if you want, but it doesn't really accomplish anything for you. Not from what I tried. So you can lift up the muncher using the trampoline. And I feel like that does seem pretty natural as a move that we're going to do at some point. It's just that it feels too early for it when there are other subplots going on. Yeah. Wonder if it's something that's kind of crazy and unintuitive. Or at least just, you know, really difficult for somebody to spot when it comes to recognizing some way about the way it's organized to make everything tick. We need to wait. You have to engage pretty accurately when it's just too late to get in on one particular stress somewhere. Anyway, where are we even going? We're going to the pirate ship, or the ship in a general sense. Green Yoshi looks like he's having the time of his life. Yeah, this is a little bit inscrutable. That's okay, we'll just wait slightly to see what we can do. Nope. Let's try it again. Keep forgetting what step I'm on. We have to retrieve the spring for sure at this point, but I just don't have a good sense of whether anything will way down here. Because what do we do destroy the POW? What do we destroy the POW and still do something with a seesaw? Because the thing that occurs to me is that the seesaw is something that you can slam from either side if you do get into a position where you can slam it with the bone shell. And slamming it from either side will raise objects into accessible locations. Crucially, the POW that we've been staring at all game, which has been pinning everything down below us. I mean, the POW is performing a rather essential service at this point. I wonder if we should just... I mean, we have been blowing it up fairly regularly. It's just... I wonder if we can blow it up another way, standing in a different place, perhaps. Let's think about that for a moment. We need to grab the spring anyway. We've been looking at this for too long. Many minutes at a time. I almost wonder if the background do that art makes any difference. Like if you look at the artwork on the ground tiles and this level, you just see, well, it's just the mushrooms here and there. It's not overwhelmingly intricate or anything, but just keeping my eyes peeled for any and all clues at this point. Yeah. Looks like there are a couple of different costumes in play over there as well. Training guidelines. What do we even do here? We do kind of like a slight push. That would be ideal. Doesn't seem like it. Just need a nice coordinated communication strategy here. Let's how do we even do this? We might just need to go back to the previous room and rethink it, because maybe we're just looking at the wrong place entirely. because I don't even know what we're dealing with here. Let's yeah, because we can raise the Muncher. And yeah, Charamis, you'll have to float away if we had luck. I don't know if I'll finish it today. It's possible that I will have to bail on it if we don't hit checkpoint 2 relatively soon. Can I show the tutorial rooms? Yes. Let's just redo it. I'm going to start. Anyway, Charamis, thanks for bearing with it. I know we made 0 progress today. And because usually we're able to, you know, get a lot done up to a particular sticking point, but today it felt like we just hit that right away. Here's the tutorial room, and you can see this is the second room already. That currently we have the on-off state. You toggle it. And then as you can see, it kind of floats up and down from that point on. And when it does that, then you have the opportunity to come here and drop that. That lets you hit the switch. Oh, whoops. And then run and grab that, obviously, and go up to the next room. So that is pretty much... Whoops. Not that fast. The entirety of the tutorial sequence. So that's really all we've managed to get done. Remarkably. Worst performance we've put on in ages. It is absolutely a skill issue. Memeing Doge. And as far as a skill issue goes, it has not been in my favor today. It has frankly been a little embarrassing. Anyway, it's just going to bubble up and down because that's what it does. And we'll drop this. And we'll toss this back up. Well, no, we won't toss it. We need to set it down. Oh, not like that, obviously. Just been slipping this way and that. Yeah, I think this is, so far, displaced some of the previous entries as perhaps the hardest one I've seen so far, just because I feel pretty lost in the next segment in terms of just not knowing how to break down a problem further, and that's a very unusual kind of feeling, given just how much of this game I have played, with a focus on so many puzzles. Just missing some things on the technical level I'd not really even considered. Anyway, we need to set this down. We need to give it some bait. Wow. Not even remotely in position. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Get away. Oh. Okay, we're slipping. We've been slipping for hours, to be honest. It's been very rough going. Whoops. I mean, if we're not able to finish, we will have a continuation. It's just that we've been largely dead in the water, as the idiom goes in space. Anyway. Okay, there we go. And then, yeah, we're not in a great position for this right now, but let's take this up anyway. And then, yeah, puzzles are great fun. That's why I play so many of them. This one has been challenging. In that, well, first of all, we're losing a lot of attempts to just, you know, misremembering steps or encountering some execution issues, but oh, okay, that's gonna hold still. Oh, let's wait for one more cycle, just so we don't run into that. Do I know any puzzle streamers? Yes, I do. There are multiple puzzle streamers who have been doing this contest, incidentally. And if you look at the pinned message, you can actually find a list of some of them, plus their schedules. Like Orantius, Street Rat, Grakowski, who's one of the main hosts of this contest. And there will be some more, as I understand it. There's might have been one or two other puzzle streamers who are expected to catch up. Let's wait out of the way. I wonder if we should be taking more advantage of the fact that we can smuggle objects using the pipes. You know, just to get certain pieces out of certain positions and reset the room around them. The way we usually do. Let's try it again. Yeah, so far I haven't had to bail on a single one. This set, we may have to postpone this one if I don't do much of it soon. Anyway, let's remember to hit checkpoint 1 so we can respawn there if necessary. But basically, you've seen what I've seen so far. We know a couple of things. We know that it's possible to let the babies be left alone, and moreover, it is also possible to eventually pick them up and fly them back. I don't see it. Let's... Let's come up over here and we'll get prepared. And if they are heading up over here, then we trade for the spring. Oh, whoops. No. I didn't mean to bop that. That was a huge mistake. That's okay. We hit checkpoint. Kind of. What am I possibly missing? Let's... Wait, one more. Yeah, the issue that I've had with this puzzle is that I'm not even sure how to break it down into immediate sub-objectives, because like there's a lot here down to the very objective that we trying to establish. Can I go into pipe above my head by the checkpoint? Yes, that just takes you to the other checkpoint. It takes us to the checkpoint that we've been to so far. unless there's something in this location we can play with, but this is just a reset room, as you can see. Eventually, when we have taken checkpoint 2, then the reset room also gives you immediate access to the spring, which is a bit of a clue in that we know that we will need it. That's a trampoline past that point, or that we're expected to have it as a crucial key item that is still relevant. I wonder if we should be maybe stacking multiple objects, like notably using the bone shell as a mechanism to lift other things in a setup that we put together. But the tile spacings don't really make sense for that to work. Anyway, we know a couple of things. We know that taking damage from the Muncher can send Yoshi into the pit on the right side if we have good timing. But I feel like there's got to be a seesaw slam in there somewhere, and that might be the main thing that we're lacking. I'm not even sure how the right side of the seesaw is being pinned down, actually, because right now you've got POW on one end. Maybe that the surface is just wall supported from below. Because it has been very stark to me that, you know, no matter how many times we send objects down the bottom row, the POW is just totally undisturbed, and it's on a seesaw where, you know, it's the only visible object, taking up weight and balance on the left, and there's no counterpart on the right side to speak of. But anyway, I've been spending so much of the stream just staring at this room instead of actually moving. We need... water, we need a lot of other things in this particular recipe guide, I guess. Oops. So we know how to raise the central column now, and that doesn't really seem to have solved very much as far as I can tell, so... Truly don't see it. Anyway. Practically screensaver territory at this point with how little movement we're able to make in this. Because what happens if we... well... yeah, I can't really quite tell. Can't really even fathom that kind of environment, but let's figure this out. Yeah, not really sure. Not really even sure what I'm looking at. Let's yeah, we're just short one move or one piece where we want to get everyone on the right side and also have this create a relative calm. Yeah, you can do that, but may just be the up throw blindness talking again for all I know. I don't know, that would be fooled by that one more time. Let's see, because like it is conspicuous to me that there is a slot that is to the left of the POW that is left open. I don't know what to make of it though. Really don't have it. Like, how would get rid of the muncher? And we have no way of accessing it. Like, you know, we aren't really affecting the weight at all. Yoshi's just going to sink immediately, of course. I'd like to say that we've tried so many things, but we really haven't. Like, the issue here is that it's been difficult to spot what the valid moves even are. In terms of things that would actually be actions that accomplish something. And, yeah, so... Well, I think this is going to be probably the last attempt for today. Because we've just been spinning our wheels in this, like, all stream long, and... we need to take a bit more of a serious rethinking of it. Oh, whoops. Yeah, no. I think we have to call it, we're not improving. Their check time 2:53. Current record, pretty extreme. Yeah, I see Arantius tried it, but didn't solve it either. Street Red did manage to solve it, yeah, as I thought, but those are the other two who would have streamed this so far. Yeah, 0.71 clear rate on it kind of tells me that there's a lot of execution-related death, as we're demonstrating ourselves, mostly from not watching the poison timing. We have to get back to it. It's going to be between this level and Ape Taster. I don't know if we'll continue directly with this one or save it for last so we can actually make some progress. So next time we may do Ape Taster's level first. That's going to be early next week. And tomorrow we will likely be back with fewer levels. Mysteriously moving mire might measure many minds maneuvering mastery. Yeah, the thing is, in that last room we weren't really able to use any property of what's going on underneath the poison behind the scenes at all. We didn't really manage to spot that at any point. Now, I hope this doesn't spoil anything. At this zoom level, it won't. we just have one particularly tricky puzzle that perhaps we're just not able to do. So, yeah, so that did not go well, and I won't pretend that it did. But we're going to send you folks on to something else, and I appreciate the viewership as always. For honestly, this was not a good stream, but that's okay. Thanks for putting up with it. We'll do better. So, I think this is the first puzzle of the ones we've done in this contest so far where I've had to kind of postpone it. Admit defeat for now, and we'll continue it another day. We will solve them all, and we've had this experience with Teramis levels specifically before where some of them can be quite good, but also quite long in ways that... Yeah, I think it was low-budget grocery store puzzle. That's the one where we had the up throw that stuck us in the underground for an eternity as well. There have been a couple that were like that. So this is just the latest story in this ongoing saga. It did not go well, but we'll send you on to somebody else, and hopefully things will be better over there. So thank you so much for watching. I mean, it was what it was. And we'll pass you off to a raid very shortly. See you on the other side. Oh, and above all, fare thee well. Let's not forget that part either. We'll